So you wanna make a Lego game using some big property, but you already did Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Lord of the Rings. Well, I think there's still one option that you've yet to explore. It's the series about a girl and her robotic dinosaurs. Now I know what you're all thinking, hey, isn't this a bit of a stretch? Horizon's fan base has been shrinking. It might be pretty, but there's always a catch. I've only met one person in my whole damn life who had an insatiable Horizon appetite. Everybody else doesn't care that much, but Herman Hulse doesn't really give a fuck. So here you go, world, it's Horizon again. If you got money, it's time to spend. It's got multiplayer, find a friend. Open up your mouth, girl, let me pour some Horizon in. It's sweet like honey, so give us all your money. Oh wait, oh fuck, no one's buying the game. I thought Horizon was as cool as Star Wars. I guess it turns out it's just kinda lame. Ooh, holy crap, oh no, why doesn't anybody care? Horizon is just as cool as all those other Lego games. Even though the evidence makes it seem like it's irrelevant, Lego Horizon flopped. I'm not sure why they bothered trying. All of its fans must have been lying. Lego Horizon flopped, Horizon. Guess Sony is gonna have to try again. Skeep-a-doop-bop-boop, deep-a-deep-a-doo-da, robo-dino-skip-bop, skip-bop, deep-a-deep-a-deep-a-boo-bop, going till the doo-da-beep-bop-a-noo-ta. Horizon should never had a Lego game. Whoever greenlit that must have been fucking insane. Lego Horizon flopped. I'm not sure why they bothered trying. All of its fans must have been lying. Lego Horizon flopped, Horizon. Guess Sony is gonna have to try again. Sorry Herman Hulse, guess he didn't make a new Star Wars after all. Sorry Herman Hulse, just another day of ya dropping the ball.
Cause I'm real shooby-doo, fast travel through my heart. I booted up my PC back in 2006.
I'm vibing.
Met a guy named Martin, man, his chin could break bricks. Dedrick gates were open and I saved Kvatch that night. But these days, Todd Howard can't script a game right. I miss the wacky guards yelling, "Stop, you violated the law." And mud crabs with tood like they're flexing their claw. I'd stroll through the shivering aisles, high on skooma and dreams. Now Starfield's got me mining space rocks and jeans. Back to the Oblivion, baby, where the quests were weird and gravy. From Shiogarat's cheese to Lucian's ghost, it had more charm than Todd could ever post. Yes, Starfield's big, but it's dull and gray. I'd rather close an Oblivion gate today. Now listen here, Todd, you silver-tongued crooner. You sold me lies smoother than a Khajiit moon sugar dealer. You see that planet? You can go there. Yeah, I went, it sucked, it's just a rock and despair. I want my persuasion wheel, my glitchy horse on a roof. I want that beggar with 6 voices telling me the truth. Make the liar had more insight and flair than all your procedurally generated air. Back to the Oblivion, baby, where the gates were hot and the jokes weren't lazy. Yeah, Skyrim was fine and the mods were neat, but Oblivion's heart had a weirder beat. So Todd, my boy, if you're hearing this song, bring back the weird and don't take so long. Doo-wop, Daedric pop, Martin Septim never dropped, but Starfield made me stop playing. Oh, Todd, please stop.
Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you. Today is a good day for games, discourse, talking, and such. How are you guys? How are you? Feeling viscous, as Carl says. Yeah, are you glowing with style? Wow, it's glowing with style. Golly. That'll never get old. How are you guys? Star Wars Battlefront continues to pop off, dude. It broke another all-time player record on Steam. Like another one. It's crazy. It's crazy. And you got people like Jack from Jack Frags making videos like this one that just popped up in my feed. They might actually make a Battlefront 3 now. Talking about like player counts and all that. I don't know, maybe we'll look at that. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's popping off. It's wild. Watched the first episode of Andor last night as well. It's, you know, going from Severance to Andor is very weird because Severance, every episode ends on like a giga cliffhanger and they're like, yeah, we're gonna keep you hooked. Andor doesn't really do that, at least not in the first episode. First episode is just kind of like, oh, it's over now. Oh. Like it's not bad. It's just Severance, like Lost back in the day. Severance was so good at every single episode, they leave you on a cliffhanger, you know? Yeah, it feels like no other Star Wars property. Just stick with it. Oh yeah, I'm going to stick with it. I'm just saying it's a very different, like differently paced show than Severance. And going from Severance to it is a little jarring because it's just much more methodical, much more slow and steady wins the race kind of thing, you know? It's good. Then there's the Last of Us show. We'll talk about that. There's been a handful of really, I think, poor and majorly miscalculated moves. We'll talk about it. Very demure, very mindful. Yeah, it's just the whole show is just a kind of I don't really know what they're thinking with some of these changes, but whatever. There's rumors of a marathon delay actually happening now. There's this article that I came across from IGN. Dragon Age Veilguard star absolutely devastated. Makes sense. And then says people wanted BioWare to fail and kind of implies that might be part of it. Like part of the failure, which like to a certain extent, there were some people like that, but yeah, we'll talk about it. Because I think some of it's easy to dismiss the valid criticism as just haters being haters. But yeah, we'll get there. And then we also got a leaked article discussing, an article discussing leaked content and info about Fair Game $, which is now just Fair Games. And yeah, they put out some not super positive stuff about the game, so there's that. Mind's Eye continues to be baffling. Mind's Eye, where is it? There it is. Mind's Eye continues to be utterly baffling, and we'll talk about that because we also got a look at some employee reviews. That there's some websites where you can see like employees can leave reviews for their company. So there's different places you can go to do that. And sometimes these are fake and sometimes they're not real. They're just by people pretending like role playing that they work there. But there's enough of these with enough specifics and they're very consistent and they were posted before all the drama started, like back in February, that I think, you know, when there's smoke, there's usually a fire. And it's not always that you see reviews that are just universally terrible. Everybody aligning that leadership is awful. And yeah, we'll talk about that because there's plenty there. But we've got a handful of little tidbits. Snacks to munch on as we go through this. Loxy, real quick, thank you for the 3 gifted subs over on Twitch. That's fantastic. Welcome everybody who just became a sub over there. Glad to have you. Make sure to connect your Twitch account to Discord so that you can join the server. That'd be awesome because we do have a very good time over there. We sure do. Even just in the memes channel. What have we got today? Going to bed early to get enough sleep and set a healthy sleep schedule? Nah, going to bed early so I don't miss the start of Luke's stream. Yeah, hell yeah. Love to see it. Oh my God. Is this from a real set? Is this real? No way this is real. Somebody's gonna, I like Lego. I've never seen that. Of course it's real. What set is this? Luke Skywalker, Uncle Owen, Aunt Beirut. Uncle Owen, Aunt Beirut, Lego set. Okay, I still don't know if this is real. There's 20th anniversary edition. Hold on. Lego 75252. No, because this is the death. Yeah, the Star Destroyer. Okay, I don't. Okay, there's no way this is real. That can't be real. I there's no way. Okay. Maybe it is. Somebody will fact check me, but there's no way that this cannot be real. If it is, that's fantastic. Okay. We're putting her face, Pope Ellie saying the good word of Todd. Jesus, dude. Oh, wow. Dude, some of these are pretty good. Okay, this is cursed. I'm gonna be a dad, bitch. Okay, that one's cursed. This one's actually cursed. This one's not okay. It's pretty good. Oh man. Oh, there's a lot of good ones. Wait, what is this? What did somebody clip?
Donated £9.99 through Super Chat. Thanks for the great content. I popped my cherry last night. Big girl, large enough to rest a little beer and bowl of peanuts on her back while I pumped.
I remember that.
That's most definitely what's up.
It's just like, what do you say to that? It's like, thank you for the super chat. Great, cool. Glad to hear it. Tazmeister just posted this. I'm gonna sell you my game again. No, Mr. Todd, I'm done with your Skyrims. Go find some other sucker. Now it's Oblivion. Oh. That's how they get ya. Oh man. Wow. Embracer Group also rebranded to Fellowship Entertainment. Because if you don't remember, they now own the rights to Lord of the Rings for video games. So, I mean, they've got to be working on something, right? Like you don't. Yeah, COO Matthew Karch claimed that the group's priority should be turning the Lord of the Rings into one of gaming's biggest franchises. He's no longer with Embracer, which split with Saber Interactive a while ago, but the sentiment appears to have remained the same given the brand name's choice. I think they're going all in. I think in the next 3 years, we see a ton of Lord of the Rings stuff coming from these guys because they own a bunch of studios. And I think this is the new focus, which if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings might be really good. It might also mean we get a ton of garbage, but we'll see. The point is they are rebranding calling themselves Fellowship Entertainment. And at that point, I mean, you're clearly going all in. So that's cool. Not really enough to delve into there, but there's that. This also happened. There's sort of a meme trend thing going on Twitter, X, whatever, where people say, oh, unfortunately, you've lost your memory. Unfortunately, and then they put a screenshot of a game that they love and would love to re-experience with a freshly wiped memory. And everybody lost their minds. Because Assassin's Creed UK replied, Black Flag. People like, oh, they're leaking it now. They're dropping hints and teasers. I mean, everybody knows that this is happening now. It's not a secret. It's not a secret. But I really believe that they're going to wait and they're going to like try to shadow drop this like Oblivion. Everybody was paying attention to that Oblivion thing. And the fact that they did so well with it, I think everybody's paying attention. So I'd be shocked if they do like a full-on marketing campaign for it. If they called me and said, hey, Luke, would you like the chance to see the game early? Or do you think that we should do, a shadow drop? Even though it probably hurts my business, because, getting more videos out on the game would be good, I would tell them shadow drop it. When you shadow drop stuff, you kind of skip over the potential for people to throw a fit about stuff. You don't give them time to poke holes in it, which I think is both a good thing and a bad thing, because some games deserve to have holes poked in them. And by shadow dropping it, you kind of bypass that typical skeptical evaluation of a product. But on the side of things with like a remaster and like just cashing in on nostalgia, I think the better business move is to shadow drop it. Stun Seed, I cannot believe it took me this long to realize that. I've been saying Stun Seed for, it feels like a year, 2 years, however long you've been in here. And I just realized, okay, well, there you go. Yeah, read Stun Seed's name backwards. There's a hidden message. Wow. Well, thank you for the membership. I cannot believe it took me that long to figure that out. Well, there you go. If you hadn't said that today, I wouldn't have noticed. Jacob's history homework. Thank you for also becoming a member. That's fantastic. Thank you. Glad to have you. Join the Discord. I know you were looking at doing that. And then Terra Rising, thank you for the 5. Would it not be possible to just do the Todd? Freudian slip there. To just do the Todd and remaster the EA Lord of the Rings trilogy. That would be great. The Oblivion effect. I don't know if they could do that because they have the rights to the current franchise, but I don't think they have the rights to the old content. Like Embracer doesn't have the rights to do a re-release of Shadow of Mordor, for example. Like they don't have that ability now. So while I do think like a remaster of Shadow of Mordor mixed with Shadow of War, combine them into one package, I think that does well. They don't have the rights to it. Warner Brothers could still do it, but they don't. Middle Earth. Oh yeah, the Nemesis system. Well, look at this. I actually saved this as a bookmark because it was freaking funny, and I just saw it this morning. Hold on. Forgive the brain rot for it being on TikTok. Just watch this. This was goated. I just saw this morning. Okay. Bro didn't even wait 3 seconds. Just wait. You might think what's happening. You don't. So he finds a guy, recruits him as Bror. Okay. He tells him to retreat.
As you command. Was a miserable farce. So I'm going to make sure no orc ever has to do it again.
Bro got recruited, sent home, just walked up around. Was like, I quit. I'm betraying you. He's like, yeah, the 3 seconds I spent serving you were miserable. I've never had that happen, at least that I can remember. But little things like that, that's part of the fun of the Nemesis system, is you get wacky stuff like that, dude. It's great. It's great. You know? Oh. Creative Assembly is the Embracer group, so maybe a real Lord of the Rings Total War. Yeah, maybe, but given Total War's performance recently, I wouldn't get my hopes up. Because what was the recent one? It was like Total War Pharaoh, I think, was the more recent one. There might have been one even sooner than that, because this was like 2023. Yeah. But this is the problem with them, is that they just have like a decent game, but then they just strip everything out and try to sell it back to you. And they got enough blowback from this that I think they walked it back a good bit. But like, look at some of these, like Warhammer 3. Like, the whole thing is just built on all of the little DLC, the extra stuff. Instead of just giving you a complete game with all this stuff, they just piecemeal it at $18, $19, $9, $9, $19, $9. Yeah, it's on sale right now, but normally this is a $20 thing. If you want Rise of the Tomb of the Kings, if you want this group, yeah, you got to pony up $20 basically. You know, it's really unfortunate, because you can have an otherwise really good game, but they just break it all up. So for the full game, you have to basically spend $200-$300, and it sucks. The reason I think they can get away with it largely with Warhammer is because Warhammer guys, if you don't know, and I say this as somebody who has like 5 armies, which I think is proof of the point. People who play Warhammer are conditioned to spend a lot of money on their hobby. So you can get away with it, I think. Like, you're much more likely to get through with it. But once you go into the realm of like Lord of the Rings, that fan base is not going to behave the same way. Warhammer tabletop players, yeah, they'll spend, I don't like, what's an example? Like Magnus. This one statue, I've brought him on stream before because I have mine painted he's in the glass case over there. But he's a mini for the tabletop game, and he comes like this. You build him, you paint him, and you know, he stands probably like this tall, you know, with the wings and everything. The core body is probably about that big, and it's $170. So it's understood that if you're going to be getting into Warhammer, you're going to be spending a lot of money. So I think when people go over and they start engaging with, like, you know, the video game side of it, if they're interested, they might be more prone to spending money more loosely, but that does not spill over to other IP. It just doesn't. And even then, like, the Warhammer fans will be upset about it and won't like it, but they do it because they can get away with it because people are buying it, you know? They wouldn't do it unless it's sold. What army do I usually run? I don't know. I play a lot of orcs recently. I do have, of course, Thousand Suns, which I think visually is my favorite. But Chaos Demons, Thousand Suns, Eldari, orcs are really fun. And I have some Necrons as well. It's good. Look up the Weta Workshop new Warhammer collab. Weta Workshop Warhammer. This might be it. Spinning. I mean, this thing I have back here, I believe this is a Weta Workshop as well. I've shown it in like the studio tours and stuff we've done. This statue is ridiculous. This one right here. And I think that one also is like $1,800 if you want to actually buy it. Is this one you're talking about? Yeah, that's a pretty statue right there. All of their stuff is like hand painted too. It's 1/6 scale. Geez, so it's a couple of feet tall. Golly. Passion has no price. Yeah. It's just like, I think the one saving grace for Warhammer is that a lot of people that are into Warhammer just like statues. They like the painting. They like the art behind it. And so they're willing to spend for that art. And they do turn into collectibles. Like, for example, my army, let me show you the model. My army, the Thousand Sons, they have a creature called Mutalith Vortex Beasts. And these were like really, really good in the game for a while. Like really, really good. And they were basically part of the meta for like 6 months to a year. And so these things sold out everywhere. So if you had one, you could flip it. The raw price is like $92 for one of these little guys. But there was a point for like 6 months where if I wanted to sell one of mine that I have for like $400 or $500, people were buying them because they just wanted them in their army to be competitive. Because it's basically pay to win. Just saying. As a tabletop game, it basically is pay to win. So it's part of the reason I've kind of like burned out a little. I've calmed down, you know. Why don't you just 3D print your own models? Oh, I have a lot of 3D printed models. The big thing is that there's some people like tournaments. I've never done like a Warhammer tournament, but tournaments and stuff, they won't let you use 3D printed models. If you try to go play with like some of these hardcore type dudes who are very hyper fixated, let's say, on Warhammer, they will not play with 3D printed models and stuff. Yeah, they just get like, no, I bought all my stuff. But it's a whole thing. Tabletop game looks hard and confusing. I mean, it is. And the thing you have to realize is that there's some people who have hyper fixated on their obsession, on their thing so much with like Warhammer that it's all they do. Like it's all they do is Warhammer. And so they are just very, like, they'll have entire books memorized that are this thick. They have every page, every word of it memorized. And so like they just are able to spend way more time on it than you ever will be. And it's at that point, like those tryhards, it's just not that fun anymore. You know, it's just not that fun. Angry Joe, does Angry Joe play Warhammer? I didn't know that. Who knew? Hyperfixated. I mean, it's probably the more PC way of saying what I think you understand. It's just there's people where Warhammer is their life, and they're the types where, like the Warhammer store in Loveland, Colorado, near where I live, that Warhammer store, they've had to send people home because they do not meet their hygiene standards. Like they have to send guys home from the store because they haven't showered or brushed their teeth in so long that it like drives people away. So it's like a thing. Okay. Sounds about right. Yeah. Like, I forget which tournament it was. I don't think it was the Colorado Open, but there was like some Warhammer tournament that was going to go on, that my buddy sent me a picture of, and they had like a hygiene rule set. Like they had in the sign up for the tournament a little blurb about hygiene where it's like, you need to wear shoes and socks, you need to have showered and appear clean, and like they had all these basic things that you would think would be a no duh, but you know, sometimes I guess people like to role play as like, you know, yeah, beasts of Nurgle or something, you know, something like a deep cut. But it's just, I like Warhammer. I don't like try hard Warhammer. That's the difference, I think. And try hard Warhammer just sucks the fun out of it. And in order to like be competitive, the meta is constantly changing. And when the meta changes, you have to spend a lot of money to keep up on it. And if you know how to play the game and like you know what you're doing, you can actually make money. Like there's people who their entire career, their entire job is just painting Warhammer models because they order them in bulk directly from the manufacturer, and then they go paint them and then resell them for like 8 times what they paid. So you can make good money on it, but like that's if it's your life, and it's not my life. So I like playing Warhammer. I don't like the try-hard Warhammer stuff. That's how I feel about Magic. Yeah, Magic the Gathering also. I love Magic. I love playing Magic. But when you run into those guys where it's like it's all they do, it can get toxic, you know. And it's just, at some point, it's not that fun. It's just not that fun. That's why chess is nice. Doesn't matter if you have, like I showed you the other day, a woolly mammoth ivory chess set, or if you have a $5 chess set from the dollar store. You're playing the same game, and everybody's on an equal playing field, you know. But with like Magic, with Warhammer, with some of these other tabletop games, if you have more money to spend, you'll do way better, you know. Chess players are classy though. Some of them. I remember, because I told you guys, back in the day, I played in a lot of chess tournaments, and I remember going to one. I won't say the guy's name because apparently he still plays, but there was one guy at the Colorado Open. He would go every year. I think he was based out of Manitou Springs, and then he'd play in like Denver or Colorado Springs events, but not really northern events. But I'd see him whenever I played in the Colorado Open or one of those southern tournaments. And this dude, like, very nice guy, like genuinely a very, very nice guy, which part of the reason I won't say his name, because again, he's a very nice guy. But like he's probably in his early, like somewhere in his 60s, probably. And back then, probably 50s. But he has the full skullet, you know, going down to his shoulder blades, but balding, full skullet, hasn't showered in weeks. So it's like greasy, almost looks like dreadlocks. It's so greasy. And this guy, you know, he's probably like 5'5", 300 pounds, 350, like a big dude. And I kid you not, he would walk around the what's the name of the hotel? Doubletree, where the tournament was held, completely barefoot, with like his long ass, gross, cheesy toenails hanging out. And it was just like he'd go into the bathroom like that, barefoot. And he'd walk around like in the lobby of the hotel. And then you're in the big like hall where everybody plays their games. He's just walking around barefoot. And it's like, but he was a rarity. Okay. Most chess guys, a lot of the really good guys, they'd show up and it looked like they were going to play golf. I mean, they'd show up wearing nice, even slacks or a polo or a button up. Some dudes would show up wearing like sort of a suit without a tie. Like they would kind of dress up and try to be put together. Most chess players I encountered were like that, but yeah, every once in a while you'd run into a Warhammer player. And it's like, oh, we found one. Oh no. I don't understand why people don't shower. It takes like 10 minutes. I like showers. I don't know why like, to me, that's a highlight, getting to do that, you know? I don't know. He must have one hell of an immune system. Yeah, well, it was funny because after that, they had to put in a policy where they said shirt and shoes required. And they said shirt. I never saw somebody shirtless, but they had to put in a policy saying you need to wear shoes, which every time you see a weird rule like that, it's because somebody, like that rule had to be made for somebody, you know? It's like those obscure Florida laws where it's like you are not allowed to tie your pet alligator to a stop sign. Like that law exists because somebody was doing it. You know?
Edgar Vasquez donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Nice hoodie, Turbo Nerd. Looking good.
Wait.
Shout out to the chess club.
Dude, what if we did that? What if one day I meet Todd and we don't even talk about video games? We just have we just do a chess off. We just play chess. That would be cool. I wonder how good Todd is. Do you think Todd, because he was the captain of his chess club. You know what? I just had a thought. Hold on. Hold on. If he played, do you remember if he said if he played in tournaments and stuff? He also was from Maine, right? Or Maryland. He was from Maryland. Search by name. No, I was hoping I could find maybe Theodore. Well, actually, I should check. What is his name actually just Todd Howard, or is Todd short? Because anytime I've ever seen it, it's Todd Andrew Howard. Yeah, none found. So he might not have ever played in like a USCF tournament. Okay, Todd, I'm keeping an eye on you. I want to know how good he is, you know? I'd give you 50 pounds if you managed to en passant him. Yeah, it would be my pleasure. Yes, I worked at Chick-fil-A for a summer. It would be my pleasure. It would pleasure me. Thank you for the 10 again, Edgar. Immortal Fish, thank you for that super chat. Jeff the Unclean One has entered the store. Quick, get the gas mask, soap, and fire hose. Dude, if you don't know, the Great Unclean One. I have one. It's in the case over there. He's probably my favorite model that they have. But he's just a gigantic, I mean, he is the Great Unclean One. Guts spilling out, the flail, the little guys hanging on him, the fat spilling out. It's a disgusting model, but it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Fridge Reddit mod.
Ghost_writer donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Wishful thinking. Imagine if we had a GTA clone that was more survival oriented, and the map had key items with backtracking like classic Resident Evil.
Like a full open world one like that? I feel like there is something like that. I don't know. I think it's GTA is such a unique thing, and Rockstar games are such a unique thing that I think the reason you don't see a lot of attempts at cloning it is because the comparisons will always make you look terrible. You know? They'll always make you look terrible. And I mean, we're seeing it with Saints Row. We see it with the Everywhere game, the what's it called? Mind's Eye. It's like you're gonna lose the comparison. It's just not even worth trying to compete on that level. Watch Dogs, yeah, Watch Dogs even struck kind of its own unique thing, but it still was always compared there, you know? Tenru, thank you for that. I worked at GameStop when I was in high school, and we had the Stinky Gamer who would show up often. He was a nice guy as well, but one time I was in the break room and didn't know he was there. He walked onto the floor, and it felt like my nose got punched, and I almost threw up in my mouth because I wasn't ready. Well, it's too bad. Like, some of them, like that because like I said, some of these guys I knew at chess tournaments and stuff, they just genuinely don't see it, smell it, like they just don't notice it. Like for them, it's just not something they're aware of. And so even if you're like, hey, maybe like take a shower each time before you come in, they just genuinely don't know that they smell or that, like, they don't notice it. And so if you're able to tell them that, kind of give them that advice or help, they can be very, very thankful. I've never been in the position where I've had to do that, but I've heard stories of people who are very thankful when somebody tells them. But yeah, they're nose blind to it. Yeah, I guess. How do you not want to shower every day? Well, dude, it was part of my, like, it's part of like a really cool morning routine. Is you wake up, you take a shower, or recently it's wake up, let the dog out, wait till he does his business, you know. Little Romeo's doing very well. He's a good puppy. He's doing much, much better. We met with a dog trainer, actually. Really cool guy who's done training for a all sorts of stuff. He and his business partner run this dog training thing, and they do training. Well, they're former law enforcement, so they did training with like canines and stuff for law enforcement. So they know what they're doing when it comes to dog training. And it was funny because he was like, the dog trainer was so excited. He said, "I'm so excited to see a dog that's not just another poodle mix." He's like, I'll tell you what, 85-90% of the dogs we see are poodle mixes now. I guess you guys might know. I don't know if that's just a Colorado thing. I'm not sure, but at least in northern Colorado, the big thing right now are poodle mixes, and like 85-90% of the dogs that he's being asked to help train are poodle mixes of some sort. And so he's like, just seeing a dog that's not that is really exciting, and seeing a hound like that, oh, I'm so excited. Like he was getting all like giddy getting to do it. In Oklahoma, it's so many pit bull mutts. Oh yeah, I could see that. That's a rich person thing, Luke. You might be showing your hand. Yeah, probably. I mean, I've told you guys, I'm doing okay. That's why if you want to get my attention, just put your message in chat. You don't have to throw money at me. It's okay. I will be fine. I'm just glad you are here. Yeah, it's just he was really cool. He worked like with Romeo a little bit, but he recommended that, like, I was using these little milk bones, these little bitty things, and I would snap them in half, and whenever he'd go outside and go do his business in the grass, I'd give him half of a milk bone as like a reward to help potty train him. And this trainer was like, "Milk bones suck. You need to get something really exciting." I was like, what? And we had these they call them pigs in a blanket. They're like little tiny little sausages wrapped in, I guess, bacon or something. Like they probably would taste good to a human. I've not tried one and I don't plan to, but they're little bitty things like that. And he's like, "Oh, those are perfect." So ever since, like, over the last couple of days, whenever he goes potty, he gets one of those, and all of a sudden he's not having accidents indoor. And the little dude is so freaking smart. You want to know what he's doing? My 9-week-old puppy, he goes out there and he does half of a pee, and then comes over, is super excited because he gets his treat, and then he goes and does another, like the rest of his pee, and then he comes back to get another treat. He figured out that he can game the system by pretending like he finished, and then he gets a treat, and then he can go play and then get another one. He's too smart. Yeah, he's a stinker. Yeah. He figured out the exploit, the infinite money glitch. He figured it out. Yeah. Once I realized, like, it happened once, and I was like, oh, maybe he just had some extra. And now he's doing it every time. And I'm like, you sly dog. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. He's going to be tricky because he's smart. Yeah, he works in corporate finance. He has a degree in corporate finance. Yeah, he used to work in real estate. Let me catch up on these real quick. Let's see. GameWire's news. Thank you for the 5. Luke, what are your thoughts on Chicago being in the Cyberpunk sequel? I think it's a good idea. I think new environments are really key to keeping games fresh. I think it's one of the difficulties with doing like Spider-Man games is that, like, it's just, oh, more of New York, you know, and I get that you can have suburbs and stuff, but ultimately it still feels like New York, you know? So having a sequel where you just add more to the city doesn't feel that exciting, but going to a totally new place is exciting. So I'm excited to hear that they're going someplace totally new. They can have new gangs, they can have new subplots, districts, like there's tons of cool stuff they can do. So I'm really excited to hear it. And I think it'll be good for it. Let's see. I read that one. Thank you again, Immortal, Edgar, and Ghost for those super chats. Very generous. Jason, thank you for the 5. Luke, did you see 2K's new user agreement? It's insane what they added to it. I did not see a new agreement. But I guess I could look that up. If somebody could link it in the Discord, I could pull that up. But no, I've not seen it. Is that, somebody was mentioning I think it was the Gearbox one. There's something new in that one too. I'm not familiar with it, so I might need to pull it up. Nerdy Giant, thank you for that 5. Summer Games Fest has been quiet quieter than usual this year. Usually we have events and showcases announced by now. Thoughts? Well, so here's the tidbit to understand about Summer Games Fest, because I think sometimes it's confused with the broader E3 event. Summer Games Fest, if you think of it as like, this is the period during June. We'll just say this is like June maybe 5th through 10th. Okay. Is this period. What happened like last year, I don't remember the exact timelines. I'm sorry, I don't remember which came first or second. But like Summer Games Fest, the showcase might have happened here. And then there was like the Xbox showcase was here. And then Play Days was happening all during here. But if you wanted to break off and go to the Ubisoft event, that was right here. And then there's also maybe a PlayStation event, and then there's the indie gaming event, and there's all of these different little bitty things going on at the same time that could break it up. And each of these, even though this is not part of Summer Games Fest, this is not part, this is not part, this is not part, they feel like they're part of Summer Games Fest because Summer Games Fest stretches basically this period, but they're not part of it. So what's happening this year is similarly, Summer Games Fest is doing their show, and then they do what they call Play Days, which is where media plays previews of games and stuff like that. Xbox is still doing their own showcase. It's that thing, I think it's actually over here, but you know, they're still doing their own showcase where they're doing like the Outer Worlds 2 deep dive and all of that. But they've announced that it's going to be digital only. And they're not, last year it was just a video, but last year they rented out a theater and let people sit and watch it. And one of the guys I know was actually sitting like behind Todd because they were showing off the Starfield DLC, and he could see, because he's a nosy TikToker, of course he could see, and of course he looked, but he could see like Todd texting Phil Spencer and stuff like that during the show. They're not doing that this year, probably because they realized stuff like that would happen. So they are now just doing digital. He could smell Todd. Yeah, he could. One of the other guys I know, he said that he went into the bathroom. I think it was at the Game Awards. He said it might have been I think it was the Game Awards. And he said he was in the bathroom at the urinal. And I won't say his name because I don't know if he would want this story publicly told. I don't know. If you're in chat, feel free to claim credit for the story. But I'm not sure if you want this. Anyway, he's at the urinal and Todd comes up next to him. Not directly next to him, but, you know, a stall over like a gentleman. And Todd's going to the bathroom and they're both, and like he turns and he sees Todd. So he finishes his business and he goes over, is washing his hands, and Todd comes over and washes his hands. He's like, big fan of your stuff. Todd's like, thanks. And then he goes to like leave the bathroom, and apparently Todd just kind of stood there and like waited for him to leave. And it was like the most awkward thing ever. And I was like, you know what? I don't even blame Todd. That would be awkward, having somebody like somebody like come up to you, be like, hey, I'm a fan, while you're in the bathroom alone, isolated. Like I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be like, yeah, let's talk outside. Let's finish our business and we can talk outside. But instead it was just like, yeah, it's, I hope if I ever meet Todd that it's not in the bathroom. Oh, it's like, what a way, especially because this guy's like a big fan of Todd's. So it was like
donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Hi Luke, I saw your post on the Far Cry 3 Classic Edition having terrible FPS and performance issues. Same thing with Far Cry 2. Ubisoft should copy Bethesda and...
Oh, Ubisoft should copy Bethesda and let another company fix their mess. Well, they just contracted out. I think there are a number of remakes, remasters, whatever, in the works over at Ubisoft that have been rumored and kind of talked about to investors and stuff. So I think it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. Probably closer to Far Cry 7 is when we see like a Far Cry 3 remaster or something like that. But yeah, there will be something, almost certainly. Hobo Bob Gaming, also, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Potato Wrestler, thank you for the 500 bits, by the way. Sorry, it took me so long to say this. Luke, please tell me there's some positive topics to discuss today. I need a respite from all the negativity with games these days. Yeah, we do have a couple of good tidbits and things. I think the craziest one is still the ongoing resurgence of Battlefront 2. That thing, it's popping off, dude. There's some insiders are claiming that they hit 300,000 peak concurrent players across all platforms like 2 days ago. That's insane for a game that is 8 years old. What? Like, that's insane, but it's popping off that big. Makes me wonder if EA is like paying attention. Maybe we do another round of DLC. Battlefront 2, dude. It's crazy. It's popping off, but it's good to see. It is. But anyway, Nerdy Giant, just to go back to this. What's happened this year, Xbox is still doing their showcase. Summer Games Fest is still doing their thing. But Ubisoft almost certainly is not going to be there. At this point, last year, I already knew about the showcase. I think they had already announced it. They had already dropped a trailer for AC Shadows. Like, it was already happening. This year, I don't think they're doing a showcase. And I don't think that they need to, frankly. I think they would be much better served shadow dropping the Black Flag remake. Do it that way. No need to do a whole show to announce 3 things, you know? So they're not doing any showcase. Ubisoft is out. PlayStation, they're doing their like reveal, I think probably earlier, right before. They're probably over here, but outside of the Summer Game Fest area. So they're out. And then you still have like the indie showcase and you'll have that stuff. But it's going to be much thinner, I think, than years past, which is fine. There will still be some big surprises. There will still be some big stuff you guys will see when you're like, oh, what? But I just think it's going to be a bit of a thinner show, a little bit thinner. And I think that's okay. The one I have tons of question marks about, though, is Xbox, because Xbox has released so much stuff that they could have sat on. Like, if you think of it, if they didn't have anything to show at their showcase in June, they could have waited with Oblivion and shadow dropped it as their final one last thing at the Xbox showcase. They showcase everything. Maybe it's kind of a lighter show. And then they finish Oblivion remake available now. Boom. And then all of that hype that we just saw, a few weeks ago about the Oblivion remaster, all of that capstones their showcase. I think that would be easy for them to do. But instead they drop it early. They drop it in the middle of May or April, whenever it was. And so you have to wonder, like, okay, well, do they just really have that much that they don't need it? Maybe they have so little that they're like, yeah, we'll just let the show kind of flop and we just won't worry too much about it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't think so. Because I think realistically, they're going to showcase their new handheld device with ROG as a partner. I think they might even do a gameplay deep dive on like Fable. They might do gameplay reveal for State of Decay that should be ready to show at this point, you would think. And then maybe something Fallout related, the Starfield expansion. Like, they should have plenty to show. But I also suspect and I don't have any secret announcements or secret news that you guys don't know about. I'm just saying, my gut's telling me they have something crazy up their sleeves, which is why they're showcasing so much so early, when they could have just held on to it all. It's almost like if you buy all the companies, you have a lot to show. It's almost like that. Yeah. But Nerdy Giant, yeah, quieter than usual. I don't think you're wrong there. Yeah. What's interesting to me is I don't think we've gotten official confirmation if Kojima is going to be at Summer Games Fest. And I could be wrong, But I don't think we've seen official confirmation publicly if he's going to be at the showcase with his game coming out like 2 weeks after. I would think he is, but I've seen no confirmation. Maybe they're just in like crunch trying to finish and polish the game, so going all the way to LA is not practical, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I would have thought that we would see confirmation of that. I don't know. Alex, thank you for the 5. What up, Luke? Big fan of your content. Thank you, my friend. Any chance Rockstar had to delay GTA 6 to polish the game on the Series S? How will that console handle it? It'll just handle it running it at like 540p or 480p upscale. Like, it's gonna look probably pretty rough, probably. But I mean, they're delaying it to polish it on Series S, Series X, and PS5 Pro. Like, they're delaying it to polish it on all of them. I think it's fair to say that the probably most likely problem child is the Series S. That probably is giving them the most trouble, but they're polishing it allegedly on everything. But I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what are they going to have more difficulty with. Like, probably the Series S. Makes sense. Let's see. Hammer again. Thank you for that super chat with the 10 about Far Cry. Kakaro, thank you for the 5. Have you heard of a game called Hunger? And if yes, or do you have any opinions on it? It looks fantastic. Oops, it scrolled too far. It looks fantastic, and I can't wait to play it. Yeah, I think we looked at that on stream. I have to be careful Googling, otherwise I'm just Googling Hunger Games. Yeah, the one from Hell Let Loose devs. Yeah, Hell Let Loose is one of the best communities I've ever seen for a live service game. It's super welcoming, very encouraging and helpful. But yeah, we did a whole segment reacting to this, and this does seem very, very interesting because it is a PvPvE first-person horror extraction shooter. Yes, another one. It's just the meta now, guys. Like, every game is an extraction shooter. We'll talk about Fair Game $sign here in a minute because it seems to be in the same vein. But yeah, extraction shooters are now the thing everybody's making. Through like 2015 through 2023, 2024, everybody was making hero shooters. Now it's extraction shooters. Everybody's doing it, dude. Everybody. But I think it looks cool. I'm excited to try it. It looks clunky as is, but you know, it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's clunky, which you would expect because what they're showing is pre-alpha, you know. It would be weird if it didn't look clunky, frankly. So I'm excited to see more about it. We'll see. We'll see. Early access 2025. Whew. Excuse me, my goodness. Let's see, Danny Passion Official, your top 5 announcements that can surprise you. I mean, if I could put them in a list, it probably would mean they wouldn't be that surprising. But if we got like the biggest, like I would explode, would be probably an announcement for a New Vegas remaster akin to what they did for Oblivion. That would get me very excited. An LA Noire remake, remaster, I think they probably just turn up some dials, but I'll say LA Noire remake or sequel would get me very excited. Others, Black Flag remake, of course, that's one I'm very intrigued and excited about if it ends up being good.
Mr. B donated $20 through Super Chat.
A good bit more.
Okay, I need to rant. Black Myth Wukong is harder than Elden Ring because the bosses spam moves and it gets blurry because of the environment.
I think it depends on the platform you're playing. Because yeah, it does get, like, the upscalers work overtime on certain platforms and it can look really blurry and it's a little bit laggy. I haven't tried it since some of the recent patches, but I think it can definitely feel more frustrating. The nice thing about Elden Ring is it like, in many ways, it can be as easy or as hard as you want. Like, there are weapons and builds in Elden Ring that make a lot of the bosses kind of a joke. I'm gonna say it. Use the Sword of Night and Flame or whatever. in that 1.0 build and you do some of the min-maxing on the specs, the game's kind of, you know, walk in the park, especially when you use the mimic tier and then you just create a duplicate of yourself. Like Elden Ring can get fairly easy. I think what you're experiencing in Black Myth Wukong is not difficulty, it's when things don't feel fair. And I think when difficult games don't feel fair, it's not fun.
Prob's unpopular opinion, but what good is a game? GTA 6, looking great if it can't run well. Look at Cyberpunk. It looks great but doesn't run the greatest without DLSS and other bits.
Yeah, thank you for the 10. I mean, I think it's this kind of ties into the point about Black Myth Wukong using upscalers and stuff. Upscalers are like, I don't even know if it's you can say unfortunately, like it just is a reality of the modern industry. And sometimes it works really, really well. Sometimes it doesn't. Like upscalers, when you're rendering it at like 80, 90 frames base, and then you upscale on quality mode to get an extra 20 frames, that's totally fine. And I'm down with that. It's just free frames, then you won't ever be able to notice. The problem is when a game runs like crap and renders at like, you know, 18 frames a second natively, and then you have to try and upscale from that. Like Star Wars Jedi Survivor runs like garbage. Even now it doesn't run very well, but especially at launch ran like garbage. And it's because they were trying to use upscalers and stuff to make up for poor optimization. And it's unfortunate because the game's really, really good. It's just held back by a terrible port. So I think, you know, upscalers, there's a time and place for them. Some of the stuff you're able to do with path tracing, with ray reconstruction and stuff in Cyberpunk 2077 is only possible because of DLSS and those technologies. But I just think it's just the new normal. It's the new normal, unfortunately. Forced ray tracing. I mean, you talk about forced ray tracing with GTA. Digital Foundry did that analysis and got some more info on it. And there will not be a way to turn off ray tracing in GTA 6 because it's tied to the global illumination lighting model. There is no getting rid of it. That's just how the game renders now. And this is the transition that we're going through, is that right now, like for years and years and years, everything was tied to, we'll make rasterized rendering red, okay? For years and years, rasterized rendering was the norm, okay? This is what every company did, every game did. Even games like Red Dead Redemption 2 or The Last of Us Part 2, they used rasterized lighting. They used baked lighting, which is not dynamic in the same way ray tracing lighting can be. And they did it this way and it looked great because it was towards the end of this life cycle, you know? It was towards the end of this technology's usefulness. And then Team Green came in like right here. Like when was the first ray tracing stuff? Maybe 2018, 2017, something like that. They came in with like the 20 series cards. They said ray tracing's the future. And it ran terribly. But their goal is to make this the new normal, where every game is just using ray tracing, and eventually rasterized lighting and techniques get kind of left behind and are seen as antiquated. And that's what they're trying to do. And with something like, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2 being like right here or maybe right here, I don't remember exact timelines. The ray trace stuff wasn't that useful, wasn't that practical. It was very early. It didn't make sense. But now GTA 6 is like right here. They're kind of hoping that it's one of those games that can make this old technique obsolete, where every game now uses this new technique. And that's good for Team Green because that means you have to buy a new graphics card. They love that. It's good for the console manufacturers because that means that if you want to run any of the newer games, you have to buy the new console. Because the old ones straight up can't do exclusive ray tracing stuff at a decent like 60 frames. They just can't. And this is how they push you, you know. You make the old stuff really, really useless in comparison to the new stuff. And that's been one of the problems of this generation, is that the leap from late gen PS4 to early gen PS5, very minuscule in terms of like quantifiable visual differences. The big thing has been the normalization of like performance modes and 60 FPS modes. But largely, if you look at, even PS5 exclusive games, you might look at, I'm trying to think of an example of one that's really, really good. Because even like God of War Ragnarok was cross-generational. But if we even look at something that's upcoming, like a Intergalactic Heretic Prophet, looks fantastic, looks phenomenal, but it's coming realistically like 5-6 years after after the generation shift, and it's going to rely a lot on upscalers and these ray trace techniques and stuff. And so it's just taken all of us to say we're at this precipice where I think we're getting close to the point where these companies say, okay, the old way of doing things is out. If you have anything pre like 30 series on PC gaming, you're out. Recommend, like, the minimum spec is about to become like a 3070, 3080 for minimums. I think that's the place we're about to hit probably in the next year and a half. And then everything's just going to be about pushing everybody into the next gen, getting like everything normalized at the much higher price points and performance levels. And that's just where we are. I think a lot of companies are also praying that GTA 6 normalizes 30 FPS again for big releases, because it's a hell of a lot easier to optimize your game for 30 frames a second compared to 60. It's a lot easier. And they're hoping if they can get people comfortable with that again, they can make that the new norm. The old norm becomes the new norm again. So we'll see. But let's see. I read that one. Whoops, scroll too far. Okay. Laranort, thank you for the 2. What about the Killer Bean video game though? Yeah, dude, that looks fantastic. If that shows up, I'd be very excited for that too. Real quick, Lukey William, thank you also for the sub with Prime. Chunk, thank you for the sub. And again, Hobo, thank you for that. Thank you. Let's see. And then we read that one. Hannah, also, thank you for becoming a member. My goodness, thank you. Chris Trotter, thank you for the 3 months. Have you checked out The Last Sentinel? Yeah, I'm hoping to get more info on that. That would be a cool one to see. There's just not really enough to talk about right now. Sully, again, thank you for the 10. And Sumaya, personally, I do think ray tracing is the future, but the transition period is going to be rough for a lot of years. Yeah, well, I mean, you look at the trailer for GTA 6 and you understand the vision. Like, and this is something, funnily enough. Oh, wait, what? You can't put a trailer labeled Davy Jones on my feed and expect me to maintain my... Okay, I'll pull that up in another tab. We'll watch that in a second. I don't know what that is. Posted 7 minutes ago. Anyway, GTA 6, you see this trailer and you understand, hopefully, the vision of what they're going for. Like, full ray tracing has a ton of benefits in terms of dynamics and flexibility and stuff. With every scene, with every environment, with every encounter, like tons of advantages. But it's really heavy. It's really heavy and really tough to run. And as a result, you typically have to render at lower resolutions and upscale. And you can see remnants of it. I mean, even here, you'll see when they walk on the beach. Wait for it. Enhance. Wait till they kick up some sand. Yeah, we're at 4K. Wait till they kick up some sand. Oh, they stopped walking. Hold on. I have to be faster with the pause. This is why it's cut this way. Because when you watch their feet, you can see some of the artifacts of the upscalers. And it doesn't look too good. which is why they cut it when they did, so that you don't see as much of it. You know, it's very intentional. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. But like, you see the vision because it's really, really impressive what they're able to do in terms of the dynamic lighting, but it's just, there's also a lot of drawbacks. But if this is like the game that normalizes that new standard that, okay, yeah, we're using global illumination, everything requires ray tracing, and we're not going to bother trying to keep things rasterizable as well, like we're just not going to do that, then, you know, if any game can make something a new normal, it's GTA. Let's be real. Because they can always be, well, GTA did it. You liked it when GTA did it. Camera angles. They know what they're doing, dude. Look at this. What do you think happens right at the most replayed section? What do you think? This is it. It's when she goes all dommy mommy and flips him over, dude. Another replayed area when they're making out. Some of the people that watch these trailers on repeat are thirsty, dude. They're thirsty. Who let them out? You know what I'm saying? Who let them do that? It's ridiculous. Yeah, but anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. I just think anybody who's like, they need to just go back to letting me turn off ray tracing. It's like, I hate to break it to you. That is the opposite of what's happening. The new norm is ray tracing's always on. Just like before, nobody was asking to turn off rasterized, you know, baked lighting or anything, because it was late on when that technology was really well understood and developed and performant. And you saw amazing results in games like The Last of Us Part 2. Phenomenal results. Looks fantastic even today. But that's what they're hoping to get to with ray tracing, is that in 10 years, that's just the norm. And nobody has to think about it. It's just right now, we're so early in that technology's lifespan that it's still pretty rough. But I mean, you compare it to how it was 5 years ago, and it's already way, way, way better, you know. But it's definitely where the industry is going. And yeah. Dommy mommy, OMG, new word for my vocabulary. Yeah, I'm happy I could help you. Yeah, there you go. Jeremy, thank you for the 2. What would you say is your most prized collectible? My most prized collectible. I mean, setting aside the YouTube play buttons, which obviously mean a lot to me. Probably this thing. Probably the Warhammer statue. Because that thing's ridiculous. I mean, it really, really is. Other things like the new Black Flag collector's edition I got from some guy in Asia. That's pretty cool to have that all these years later. We've got other things like the Cyberpunk collector's edition that I'm told is fairly valuable to have the original. Yeah, The Last of Us Part 2 one. We've got some. The Order 1886 one is very, it shouldn't be that valuable, but because it's such an important moment in the games industry history, I think, because a lot of the people that made that went on to work at like Naughty Dog and Sony Santa Monica on The Last of Us, on God of War, on some of those big games that kind of shaped the PS4 era. I think The Order 1886 is actually a very influential game on the broader industry, but yeah. Oh, and of course, Fergus. Yeah, who stands guard over the studio at all times. Yeah. Naughty Monica. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the ultimate merging of talents. Wrong. The right answer is your wife and kids. Well, you said trophy. Or no, prized collectible. It would be messed up if I was like, my favorite collectible? My wife.
Fee donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, I'm really excited for Crimson Desert, but it looks way too good to be true. Still can't wait to play, and it's probably my most anticipated game this year for someone who likes open world games. What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? Thank you for the 20, first of all, very generous. Yeah, Crimson Desert I think looks really, really good. Anytime somebody looks at your trailer and goes, that's too good to be true, it's a phenomenal problem to have, so long as your game is real. You know, that was the problem that the day before ran into, is people like, this looks too good to be true. And it turns out it was not real. it was too good to be true. So so long as your game is real, you're fine. And I think their game is real. But I do think that we haven't seen a couple of areas of the game for good reason. Like, I don't think they've focused much on the story, the voice acting, cutscenes, and stuff like that, because that's probably the weakest part of the game. And I think that that's fine. Like, not every game is going to have everything at a 10 out of 10 level, but you have to understand what they have shown you and what they haven't, and why they've taken that route. It's why it's such like a flex when a company can do, like, you remember the original announcement for God of War 2018, when God of War 2018 reveal, I think it was actually revealed in 2016. Where is it? Yeah, with the live music. Because remember this? They start with cutscenes. They show everybody, shout out Corey, actually playing the game live, which is also a flex. They show Kratos. The fidelity's crazy. And then they go straight into gameplay. So they show you all that the game, like all sides of it, instead of just showing you a very carefully cut together cinematic, or instead of just showing you like a gameplay cutscene that's, you know, half of a second for each and every shot. They just show you the game. And I think this is a way better way of doing it if your game can hold up to that scrutiny. It's why, like, when the Warhorse guys back in December, they invited me to go to New York City and try the game. And it was unlike any game preview press thing I've ever done in my life, where they invited us to play the game. We show up to this like gaming cafe, and they had rented out a room, and they just booted up the game, put it on the main menu, and said, yeah, you've got till 5 p.m. Play. And they just let us play the game all day. But that's how confident they were. You know, the game was good enough that they could give you that extremely deep look into it for 7 hours, 8 hours, whatever it was. And it was awesome. I mean, and I think that's what would make me much more comfortable getting really excited for Crimson Desert, is if they were willing to let people see that. So far, they have a game demo that they've taken to like Gamescom. They took it to, I think, Tokyo Game Show, to PAX East, for example. They've taken it to a ton of different shows, but it's the same missions. It's the same cut of the game, which is fine. Like, they don't want to spend and waste dev time redoing stuff or doing little, you know, different little cuts. But I do think it would be good for the broader public to see something fresh, something new. And maybe we get that at Summer Games Fest, where they just do like a 10-minute gameplay deep dive where it's uncut, just showing 10 minutes of the game. And they have done some gameplay deep dives, but I mean, including cutscenes, including more dialogue, including bits of the writing, like show what a good chunk of the game is going to look like. Or maybe do a 10-minute gameplay trailer showing new boss fights, new areas of the map, and then after that happens, release an hour of unedited gameplay or something. You know, there's ways to do it. But I think, you know, whenever you're a new phenomenon, you're a new quantity, I think it's fair for people to be suspicious and skeptical. It means if your game's good, it's going to be all the more surprising and exciting, but it also means that you have to do a little bit more convincing, which I think is healthy for a studio to need to do convincing. And I think it's one of the things that people maybe misconstrue is when I say, like, I think the company needs to do more. It's like GTA 6 comes from Rockstar, an amazingly accomplished studio that never really misses. And so for them to come out and show GTA 6, I think it's fair to assume that that product is going to be very, very good. But if the GTA 6 trailer came from a studio you had never heard of, that's never put out a game before, it would be totally, totally fair for you to be like, what? I need to see more. I think that would be healthy. That's normal. You know? But anyway, gotta calm down. Judson, thank you for the 5. Like to know how come games from early and mid 2000s felt complete and less buggy than modern game companies and AAA games failed in the past. The games were largely with some exceptions, they were way smaller than modern games, and people kind of forget it. But like How Long to Be, we looked at this the other day. Like one of my favorite games from when I was really young, Freedom Fighters. I remember that game being massive, very, very complete. The main story is 8 hours long. You know, Uncharted 1, Uncharted 2 even, 10.5 hours. Uncharted 3, 9 hours. Drake's Fortune, 8 hours. Like these games were way smaller. We did polls where people were saying, if the next Mafia game isn't more than 15 hours, I'm not interested. But like, this is part of the reason that I think it's become trickier for these games to meet those expectations. Because it used to be that they could put something out that's way leaner, that's like 9 hours, 10 hours, 15 even, and satisfy people. And now I think the expectation is it needs to be bigger. Giggity. Way leaner, way cheaper. Well, that's why maybe the solution is you make the 10.5 hour game, you make the 9 hour game, whatever it is, but you price it at 50. If that's the case, I'm okay with that. Personally, like if you give me a really good 10 hours, I'm a happy camper. For $50, I'm okay with that. Now, if you try to charge 90, we got a problem. But if you charge 50, okay. Okay. Blake, thank you for the 5. You watched Last of Us Season 2 yet? What downgrade from the game? Ellie is actually just dumb and poorly written, left out a lot of the grit. We'll talk about it because there's also some other things that they changed. Like, they're implying that Owen isn't actually the dad of Mel's baby. Like, they're changing a lot of stuff, I think, because... I think it's because we'll get there. Yeah, what? Yeah, exactly. I think it's that they've been talking about it for like 5-6 years and they're really worried about like people maybe, I get the vibe that they're worried people are going to think Ellie's too bad of a person. I really think like that's about the limit of it, because they're like, even like the other thing, Alice is alive. You guys remember the story I told you that Cammie, she the woman I used to work with out of the UK, she couldn't get through The Last of Us Part 2 herself because you had to kill dogs. Like that was the line for her. She couldn't do it. And so like they retconned a bunch of this stuff, and like I don't think this is a big deal. I don't think that's a big deal. But I do think like changing little bitty stuff like this. Owen's the father of Mel's baby, but in series it's ambiguous. Who's the father? So glad you asked that, because I wasn't sure if that came across. I'm not supposed to talk about it. That's a Craig question. That's a question I've asked Craig many times. What? Like why? There's some little bitty things that they've shifted and changed. Or like the other thing, I think Michael puts it well, ambiguity is sometimes good. I think Neil has tried to retcon some of the stuff from the games to try and make Joel's choices more mysterious or questionable. Like, again, I just think he's messing with it. It's George Lucas screwing with the original movies all over again. It's like, just stop. What is this Davy Jones game? You guys say it looks interesting. I don't know. It just dropped 7 minutes ago.
Betrayed, beheaded, banished to hell. And yet, I've had worse Mondays.
You know I love pirate stuff.
Caleb donated $10 through Super Chat. What do you mean? Of course Owen isn't the dad. Elle is. Why do you think she said what she said? Lord knows what
Guess
were
I'm
on
gonna
those
be a dad.
fingers when L finger blasted Mel.
Oh God, Jesus, Caleb. God damn it. There was, hold on. I need to see it. I need to see the meme, not the mime. Where is, oh, here it is. Guess I'm gonna be a dad. Dude, I got recommended on TikTok Shop a shirt that was just this. And then behind it was the text, guess I'm gonna be a dad. It was so good, dude. It's so good. Like, I need somebody to explain to me exactly what's wrong with this. People are like, oh, this isn't cool. Dude, these are fantastic. Do you have any idea how awesome it is to be turned into a meme? Much less 1,000. You know, I'm something of a dad myself. It's Prison Mike. Man, there's so many. Gonna be a dad, bitch. Oh, man. They're so good. They're so good. Okay, anyway, sorry. I gotta focus. I need to buy the shirt. Yes, hypothetically, I need to do that in the future. Not in the past. Already. It's John Dad. Okay, I'll rewind it. Okay. New mini segment so I can focus. Okay, new trailer Davy Jones. This dropped like 25 minutes ago on IGN, and you know me, I love pirate stuff, so I'm excited. I know nothing about it. Parasite.
Betrayed, beheaded, banished to hell. And yet, I've had worse Mondays. It doesn't mean you can do whatever you please, Jones. I might be just a head, but I'm the brains of this operation. Seriously. Well, go on, do it. See if that solves your problems, you lazy sack of...
Huh.
Drown them in iron! Bloody hell! Pour it on, bucko! Who's the greatest pirate of them all? That's right, Captain Davy and Jones. What, you think we need one more? You think we need one more? We'll get one more.
What a weird game. This was not on my bucket list. I didn't think this was happening today. Blacktail developer Parasite has announced Davy and Jones, a new first-person action adventure game where you play as infamous pirate Davy Jones. The couch, you're headless, and you'll wield that severed skull along with plenty of weapons as you seek your revenge against Blackbeard. Have they done anything else, Parasite? Oh, they did Blacktail. Oh, I remember Blacktail. I actually tried a little bit of this. It was a very, very, it's a very niche, like, puzzle game. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. But that's crazy. I didn't realize it was them. Okay. Well, there you go. TBD, but I mean, that's interesting at least. I'm paying attention. Because I love pirate stuff. You got to support pirate stuff when it pops up. Because we got to represent. We need more pirate stuff in our lives. Lord knows.
Lordiga Productions donated 100 Swedish kroner through Super Chat. Shorter games mean my massive backlog gets smaller slightly faster, so I'm all for it. Long slogs of stretched out content is a byproduct of engagement metric corrections, not of interesting design.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think there's a couple components to it. For one, people complain when games are short. So if you can avoid people complaining because your game is short, they might be more likely to buy it or recommend other people buy it. And it's sort of like this feedback loop where it's like, people don't want to buy your game because they don't feel like it has the value to justify the price at 70 or 80 or whatever. So companies like, oh, so we just need to make our games bigger to justify the price. But it's really hard to go bigger while maintaining the same quality level. And some people are like, yeah, it's massive and it's 80 hours long. So I guess it's a good value for my money. But if there's another game that I want to buy, I'm just going to buy that other game instead because I can't justify doing both because both are so massive. So I think like having a leaner budget, a leaner focus, coming in at a like smaller price, a lower price, I think that is a really safe way and healthy way of doing it. Personally, I think shorter games are okay. I think the era of every game needing to be 60, 70, 80 hours did a lot more damage than good. And for a lot of people that I see, and granted, like a lot of the people that I talk to in my friend circle and stuff, like they have full-time jobs, they have families, like they can't spend 80 hours or 100 hours grinding through a big RPG or something, except for maybe once a year, twice a year. Like it's got to be a specific like special occasion. But yeah, I think smaller games are good for the industry, and I think it would be good so long as they pair it with lower price points. Well, different KCD. Well, yeah, that's like the 1 or 2 game a year for these fans. Like I have a friend, I keep telling him he needs to get over himself, but I have a friend who didn't play KCD 2 because he saw it was a very long game, and he's like, I don't know, I'm just not that into it to spend all that time. If it was shorter, I might jump into it, which is true for some. Other people, they didn't touch Assassin's Creed Shadows for a similar reason. For other people, they probably won't play what's another big RPG probably coming this year? Are there any other big ones? Not that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, but like if there was another 70, 80 hour RPG later this year, people might not be as likely to jump into it, you know? Ghost of Yotei. I'm guessing Ghost of Yotei is probably around that like 20-hour mark. I don't know. I don't have any like secret knowledge or anything. I just get the vibe that it's probably not as massive. Like there's going to be a lot of completionist stuff, like lots of collectathon type of side quests and things would be my suspicion. But yeah, 50 for completionist runs. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Might be like 25, 30 for a regular run and then like 50 for completionist or something like that.
Jibik Sahu donated £10 through Super Chat. Thanks so much for your Claire Obscure recommendation. Haven't put it down since April.
Good.
Got a question, were they sending 100, 90, 80-year-olds on earlier expeditions in COE 33? No wonder they didn't succeed.
Like everyone's so frail. they took them a long time to figure it out. Sorry. It is a funny picture to just like load up grandma and grandpa on the boats and like, go save us. Figure it out, please. Go. Well, figure it out. But no, they just like Mael was not like, she's I think 16 or something. She was able to go on Expedition 33 despite being underaged. Just like for Expedition 100, you could also send, you know, younger people on that expedition too, which is what happened. So it wasn't just like, you know, whatever. What's the term? Octogenarians and septuagenarians and, you know, people a century old. Though I do admit, like, it would be quite funny to to just load up a boat of very, very old people to be like, go save us. We're going to hang out here. Figure it out. Yeah, they were more rescue missions than anything else. Let's see. Tazmeister, thank you for the 2. What would you like to see in Cyberpunk sequel? I mean, obviously the like polish, refinement, quality. Just do the opposite of the launch for Cyberpunk 2077. And I would like them to bring some of the stuff that they had promised, in the game originally. Things like wall running would be super cool. I also think it would be cool to have finally access to like flying cars and stuff, because there's mods that do that and they're really cool. And you see flying cars and stuff in the air in Night City that other characters, other NPCs get to fly and use, but you don't get to use them, except I think one or two of the endings have it. So stuff like that, more places to buy properties. I love like investing in single player RPGs and stuff, being able to buy, like in GTA 5, being able to buy a bar, buy a golf course, stuff like that. I love, because it's a way to get passive income. That'd be super cool. I also love the idea in GTA 5, like the mini stock market they have, and how you can play that stock market to make billions in like even in the single player, and then you can do quests to manipulate it. Something like that in Cyberpunk would be really cool. So all sorts of stuff like that would be awesome, but I'm sure they have lots of cool ideas too. Still Danny, thank you for the 5. What are the chances we see a trailer for Elder Scrolls 6 at the Xbox event on June 8th? Very, very low. Very low. I mean, it's not impossible, but we know that they need to do a Starfield expansion, something. And Todd doesn't like, he said publicly multiple times, he doesn't like showcasing stuff super far away, which is ironic for Elder Scrolls, I understand, but that was mainly for the acquisition. Now that that's over, he doesn't like revealing stuff super far out. He wants to reveal and launch within like 6 months. That's the hope. So I think, the odds are much higher that next year we see it. But if we see it, I think we get it within 6 months. And I don't think we're getting it next year or this year. It's not been enough time. I think Elder Scrolls 6 is probably like, I would guess 2027. That'd be my guess. Maybe 2028. So I don't think we'll see anything from it for a while. And if he shows up, he might surprise you. You never know. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it before then. Let's see, we read that one. Brown Boy Gaming, thank you for that one. Shorter games like Space Marine 2. Ooh, baby. Love you, Luke. Love you too. And yeah, I mean, that type of package with a solid multiplayer offering too. That's why I said, like in our review video that we did, it feels very 360 era. Space Marine 2 does. Like, it gives you a solid campaign, and it gives you a solid multiplayer offering in one package that's affordable. Like, it's just a good product, It's just a good product. So I think it's a compliment to say it reminds me of the 360 era, when games like that would happen pretty regularly. Yeah, Jabak, thank you again for the 10, and yeah, I'm very glad to hear that you're enjoying Claire Obscure. Nikki just finished it the other night. She was upset. She was upset. No specifics for spoilers' sake, but yeah, she was upset with how things played out for her. It was funny. Yeah, Jamil, thank you again for the membership. And Firechild, thank you for the 5. Sending old people to war is literally the plot of my favorite book, Old Man's War. Oh, really? I'm not familiar with that book, but maybe it's not that funny when you actually write it out, but I mean, it seems funny in my head. Be like, who are we going to send to take down the paintress? Grandpa! Great grandma! Come on! Do it for your kids. Michael W., thank you for the 5. Luke, appreciate your insight. Could you talk about the pros and cons of deprofessionalization? I have heard pretty much only that it is great. You mean in like a business context, deprofessionalization? I guess I would need more specifics. Do you mean just like making things more casual? Do you mean trying to break down bureaucratic boundaries, break down middle management? Games industry, like games journalism, or actual game development? Because I do think in games journalism, the it's not even something that's like actively happened, the deprofessionalization of games journalists. It's just that, like we saw in that IGN piece on ARC Raiders, like they're just so bad at their jobs that something else will always fill in the void. You know, because they definitely leave a big void with how bad they are. As for the other side of it, things like, you know, game development specifically, I'm not sure how much has been like deprofessionalized, if that's the word. I'm not totally sure, because it's even companies like Sandfall, you know, that just made Expedition 33, they have a pretty rigorous and professional setup. Like they've got their clear corporate structure. They have their CEO, the CFO. You know, it's not like it's just a ragtag band of people throwing something together casually. Like they knew what they were doing, and they set it up in a professional way. But you know, maybe what you're referring to more generally and broadly is the avoidance of the corporate infection that can happen in creative endeavors, where you end up with executives that get really involved, shareholders calling the shots, things like that. And I think the best example, it's not necessarily something that has to happen from a structural standpoint. I think it's just like capable and probably capable and what's the word I'm looking for? Competent leadership. Because we saw that interview with Strauss Zelnick from Take-Two Interactive, and he was very clear cut, like saying things that's like, thank you, somebody said it. But it was really jarring to hear an executive say things like mobile and console gaming are separate audiences. They don't have a lot of overlap. He said things like, my job is to find and retain the best talent and then get out of their way. Something as simple as that is something you do not hear from other executives. Hardly at all. Like Disney, do you think Disney executives are trying to stay out of their movie production? No, there's plenty of reports that they are actively involved, that they will go on to set and complain about the length of scenes and needing to reshoot things. And like, it's the complete opposite. So I think it's not necessarily a structural issue. It's more of a coherent management or a competent management issue. And it also comes down to like game selection, project green lighting and selection. Because, you know, we see something like Fair Games, which is having its own set of problems right now. And this, I don't think, was a structural issue. I don't think this was necessarily because the companies were set up in a certain way. It's more that this was a project that never should have been greenlit in its current form. And I mean, they're seeing the results of it. Like they shouldn't have given it millions upon millions upon millions of dollars with it the way that it is. You know, the pitch just never really made sense. Bungie's a great example of incompetent leadership. Well, exactly. Like Bungie also. Is it because of the company structure that they're having trouble? Not really the structure. It's the people at the top of the structure. You know, there's been times where they've put out really good stuff. It's been a while since they really were firing on all cylinders, but there was a time where they were really, really capable. It's the people within the structure that are the problem, not really the people, you know, not the structure itself. I guess we can talk about this, finally do a segment so Jacob has something to do. Okay, let me catch up on these real quick, and then we're going to talk about all of this. Okay. Let's see. FPS Nugget, thank you for the 5. Pure quality versus quantity. Longer games have become the norm, but a lot of quality has suffered. Its critical pacing doesn't suffer. Yeah, no, I totally agree. They go for quantity and then the quality suffers as a result. And then they're confused why people are like, yeah, it's big, but it's not good. The Nomad, thank you for the 5. If you want a deep gaming cut, does anyone remember the trailer for Deep Down 2013? I don't. If you remember that, put it in chat. It was a Capcom game. Unreleased role-playing game developed and published by Capcom. It was announced for PlayStation in 2013, but entered development hell. And despite being near completion, it was not released. It's regarded as vaporware. Yeah, look at that. A science fantasy game with cooperative multiplayer elements takes place in a far future New York City, and players are teleported back in time by touching magical artifacts. Announced February 20th of 2013. Whoops. That is a deep cut. Wow. Hannah, thank you for the 5 as well. Hey, Luke, loving the vids and stream. Got any non-mainstream game recommendations? The one I will always recommend. Always. 1000%. The Forgotten City. Seriously. It's short. But my God, do I love it. It is a time loop game on steroids, and it's so freaking well done. Made by like 3 people. A ton of the work was done by just one guy. So it's a small team that you'd be supporting. And it's just fantastic. It's very, very good. So, yeah. Easily recommend that one. Very good. Very, very good. Play that, then get back to me, and I'll have another one for you. It's very good. It's very good. Okay. It's a tradition now. Yeah, dude, because it's so good. Yeah, they started off as modders, and it started as a mod for Skyrim, and then it was received so well as a mod that they started working on it as a standalone game. And it's very good. Yeah. Yeah, they may have forgotten the city, but I won't forget the game. Tell you what. Okay, let's talk about this real quick. Let's see. Also, Arthur, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you. New segment. Okay. Well, everyone, it happened. It happened. Leaks have started to seep out viscously, which I believe is a word, slowly and methodically, as reported now by Push Square, as it pertains to Fair Game $, which has in fact been rebranded into Fair Games. It is no longer Fair Game $. It is now just Fair Games. I would say sorry, but you know, it was fun while it lasted. I think I teased it a little too much. got a little they got a little butthurt about it. Sorry, not sorry. This, of course, is a studio we heard like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, May 15th. So a week and a half ago, that Jade Raymond, the founder of the studio behind this game, had left. Very surprising, because it's never really a good sign when an executive leaves a studio before their game even launches. And bear in mind, this is the first game that they're launching. So already it's like, see, I have to keep it ready. It's that time of year, guys. I put this away for like 6 months. I had to find it again. But now so much crap is happening in the games industry that I finally had to break out the red flag again. But it's never a good sign when an executive and a founder leaves before the company puts out their first product. But Jade Raymond has left the building. And the rumor was that, as reported here by Bloomberg, the departure came after an external test of Haven's first game, Fair Games, which some developers were concerned about due to its reception and progress. It's frozen. But basically, they allegedly had an external test, and the reception wasn't great, and so she was welcomed to leave. She might have left of her own accord and just been like, oh, the ship's sinking, I'm gonna hop off. Maybe that's what happened. She might have retired or resigned or something. But some of the specific verbiage was kind of weird. PlayStation leadership didn't give Haven's staff a reason for her departure, which you would think if she left of her own accord, she would tell her employees, hey guys, I'm leaving. I have family matters to attend to, or I got another job offer, or blah, blah. Like, she would have said something. It kind of sounds like she just didn't show up to work on Monday. And then PlayStation leadership didn't give them a reason. So it kind of sounds like she may have been welcomed to leave, but who knows? But now we have this report from Sammy Barker over on Push Square mentioning something from the Sacred Symbols podcast, which is the one that Colin Moriarty does. And in that, let's see. More information about the project is beginning to trickle out. Apparently, a pre-alpha was distributed via PSN under the name Project Hearts, enabling a small number of participants to go hands-on with the game. According to one of those people, it's a, quote, battle royale crossed with an extraction shooter with elements of both Fortnite and The Division present. Okay. You're telling me that they took inspiration from Fortnite and The Division on this? Really? Okay. Yeah, this is one way of saying it. If you remember the original trailer, it had a contemporary Robin Hood vibe to it. I mean, those are words. As squads of fashionable rogues robbed from the rich. Fashionable rogues. Oh, I mean, I guess you can't say they're technically wrong. It's just, that's one way of putting it. But they show this, and here's, like, the core problem is just that Fair Games tonally was cringe. Like, it's a game trying to be cool and I think relatable, but it's so fundamentally out of touch that it comes off cringy. And cringe is something that's beautiful, okay? I enjoy cringe content, okay? Cringe compilations, love it. Love it. Eat it up. Those old clips of people singing the national anthem and their voice cracks, you know? Classic. I can't get enough. I watch them on loop. Okay, I love cringe. But when you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into a video game, that's not when you should be cringe, okay? That's not when you want to do it. And the problem for Fair Games, is that it was built on this thing where they wanted it to be relatable. And it's like, ooh, yeah, I'm a young person. I have student loans and I want to rob from the rich and keep it. Because that's what's cool, you know? And it's just tonally, it was really, really off. Because it's being produced by a multi-billion-dollar corporation in the form of PlayStation and Sony. And they're going to almost certainly try to charge a premium price tag for it, like $40-50. And then they're going to be like, yeah, eat the rich. It's just like, what are you talking about? It's so just dumb. It's so dumb. And it's also, I think, kind of insulting to the intelligence of the audience that you think that we're going to buy the game because we're like, yeah, eat the rich. Like, do you really think all of those like college students that are picketing outside of a Tesla dealership or something, you know, take Elon's money, whatever. Do you really think that they are going to be like, yeah, I'm going to buy Fair Game $ to support them in their messaging of eating the rich while they make hundreds of millions of dollars and try to make billions off of microtransactions? Like, what are we talking about? Like, the whole thing just doesn't make sense. It's just dumb. But you can kind of see a twisted version of it where it might have made sense to an out-of-touch executive who has not talked to anybody below the age of 30 in years and has no idea what the audience actually is interested, you know? It just doesn't make sense. It like, and this is one of those things with the present era of PlayStation and live service games in general. And it's starting to cool off now, but like we had it with games like Dustborn, for example, where it's just like anyone could have told you this was not a good idea. Like you talk to any normal gamer, they would have told you this is going to lose all of the money. How much money are we going to lose on this? Yes. Like anybody could have told you this, that the subheader, take it till you make it. Like, okay, are you going to allow people to just pirate the game? Take it till you make it. No, don't do that. Just do it in the game after giving us money. Like, it's just, again, it's so stupid. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. I really think like the only way they could salvage this is if they were to like try to own it. Like, do you remember the old, I guess it's not that old now, but Outer Worlds to Reveal. You remember how like irreverent that was? This one.
And we see a quiet, peaceful setting.
They just broke the fourth wall.
Games seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
They just broke all the fourth wall, like the whole building, the whole fourth wall building, all of them, break down all the walls. And it was funny. How many announcement trailers do you point to 3 years later as like an example of an awesome thing? Like, not that often, when there was literally like nothing of content significance to be shown. But like this, I think, is what they would need to do for Fair Game $, is to just be like, so let's try this again. And then they just do the whole trailer over again, making fun of it, poking holes in it, be like, so this was stupid. Sorry about that. We also said that it, take it till you make it. That's dumb. Please don't take our game and steal it. We're going to offer it for free. Like, if they did something like that, that actually could work. I think people would like giggle about it. Be like, okay, they're acknowledging it. They're kind of owning it. If the gameplay is good, it might actually stand a chance of overcoming that initial wave of negativity. But if they try to just blow past it and be like, oh yeah, it's totally cool, that doesn't work. It also doesn't work if the game itself is bad. Like no amount of clever marketing will save a bad game. And that's the other problem. Apparently the game sees you dropped into a large urban environment in teams of 3 to 4 and tasks you with stealing from vaults while other groups of players attempt to do the same. This is this makes sense with what they showed, where there's multiple teams going for a vault. So I'm guessing if this is still indicative of what the gameplay experience will be like all the players or all the teams start in different spots on the map. There's a centralized vault. In this case, it looks like it's in a skyscraper, a tower. And then people or the teams work on getting through like security gate checkpoints and stuff, going up through an elevator shaft. Some teams can set traps for other teams. You get to the vault, they're breaking in, so you get to jump on them. Then you go to try to get in the vault and take the stuff from the team. And I'm assuming extract with it, because that's kind of how these games work. In other words, it sounds like yet another extraction shooter similar to the uber popular Escape from Tarkov or Sony subsidiary Bungie's Marathon. But apparently the game doesn't feel good to play, and it's, quote, super clunky in its current guise, which reflects what Bloomberg wrote in its report on Raymond's departure. The feedback to the release has not been good. I mean, if the game itself isn't good, no amount of tonal, adjustment will fix it. It just doesn't really work. So I really don't know how they dig themselves out of this, because if the game's not good, there's no point. But it's got to be pretty bad for executives to depart. That's the big thing, is for Jade Raymond to leave. That is like 15 red flags by itself. Game's going to get canceled. I mean, it's a similar debate that's going on with Marathon right now, is just like, what are the odds that this finds an audience and finds success? What are the odds that Marathon finds an audience and makes its money back? Because there was the reporting from some, I think it was Paul Tassi talked about it, where they need to be in like the top 5 sales charts for Marathon to be considered a success. What are the odds that this does that for the year? Like Assassin's Creed Shadows had some flack. It still sold, millions. It did pretty well according to their metrics. Was it the biggest game of the year? No, but it's currently, I think, the 2nd or 3rd biggest game of the year. Does this outperform that? I don't think so. Fair Game $ allegedly also represents a massive, massive investment. Are they going to make their money back on that? I don't think so. So at what point do you cut your losses? That's the big question for Sony right now, is just at what point do you cut your losses? Like, I understand and I respect that they want to try to find a way to make some of these work. And they want to find a way to help these games recover. And I think that's good when it's possible to do that. But I do think for some of these projects, there isn't really any saving them, because they never should have been greenlit to begin with. And I think that's one of the other big problems, is just that, I mean, if a game like Fair Game $ was never tonally correct, it never was going to be something, in my opinion, that the broader gaming public would go, that's badass, that's slay, snapping in agreement. I don't think anybody was ever going to say that. And so I think it's more of an issue of the foundation being cracked than that the house on top of it needs repairs, Marathon, I think, stands a better chance at having the house repaired. I don't think the foundation is, except for the art. That's the other piece. That makes Marathon a little bit more complicated. But I think, if Marathon fixed a lot of the content issues and things like that, it could stand a better chance. But Fair Game $, of course, we haven't seen like a gameplay trailer or anything. We don't know what the playtesters are talking about specifically, but I'm not so sure if there's saving that, So I don't know. What's the over under? Maybe we do a poll. Maybe we do a poll real quick. Do they cancel Fair Game? I'm still using the $. I don't care. I do what I want. Apologies. This will just be in YouTube chat. Let's see. Get rid of that. I want to show the poll. Okay. Right now, you guys are saying 64%. You're saying you think they do. I mean, that's still more than I would have thought. That's still more than I would have thought. I think the odds of them canceling it are pretty low. I still kind of have a gut feeling that they're going to try to get it out. Because if they didn't cancel it in the last wave of live service cancellations, I think it's pretty far along. But who knows? If the feedback was so bad that they booted out the founder, I mean, that alone should tell you something. So, who knows? The ghost of Jim Ryan sends his regards. Yeah, dude, for real. Oh, did I do that? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Well, there you go. There you go. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on Fair Game $, but it's certainly not in a good spot. After a playtest, you'd hope the feedback is positive, motivates the team. They make a couple tweaks, and then they come out with another playtest, and then it just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling until you get a public reveal and playtest and all that. But the playtest was allegedly so bad that it caused the founder to get fired, and that's the opposite of what you would want to see. So we'll see. Because I have suspected that they were going to reveal it as part of like their showcase this year. After this, I don't think so. After this, they probably wait till next year. But next year, they have to put out the Horizon online game. They have a Horizon MMO that they're still working on. They have that spin-off project from Bungie. They, of course, have Marathon. And we'll talk about Marathon, but it's looking like it might get delayed. It actually might get delayed. So, and they don't want to release 6 live service games in the same year because they want to give them each a chance to breathe. It's just a mess. The whole thing is a mess. Yeah. The extraction shooter thing is a waste of a genre. Well, I think the inherent thing, the inherent issue with what these companies are trying to do with extraction shooters, and Marathon's a good example of it, and it seems like Fair Game $, could be too, is that extraction shooters historically have been very, like, they appeal to a hardcore type of gamer. And I think the confusion, and this is just my opinion, but I think the confusion with this has come from the fact that companies think, oh, Tarkov is a hardcore extraction shooter. Even something like crap, what's it called? The one Post Malone had a cameo in. What is the name of that extraction shooter? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Hunt Showdown. Thank you. Hunt Showdown. Hunt Showdown is kind of hardcore. Not as hardcore as Tarkov, but it's much slower. It's very methodical, you know. And I think some companies thought, oh, so we just have to make an accessible extraction shooter, and then that pops off. You know, because that's what some people said about PUBG back in the day, was that was too hardcore of a battle royale. So we just need to make a more casual one like Fortnite, and that'll pop off. And so they were hoping to be the Fortnite of extraction shooters. But I think the difference is that as a genre, extraction shooters don't really appeal to the same type of casual gamer as like a Fortnite does. And I think it's because like extraction shooters, inherently the gameplay loop is way more frustrating than a battle royale. You die in a battle royale, you just reload, you try again. In an extraction shooter, you fail, you are actively punished for failing because you lose the stuff that you brought with you. So some people won't bring anything, fair. They'll just go in with a knife in Marathon and hope for the best. But you also lose the stuff that you collected that round, which also still feels like a punishment. Now, hardcore gamers can connect that can motivate them, just like with the roguelite games. And it keeps them engaged, it keeps them hooked, because they're like, ooh, I'll try again. But again, if you kind of reset it to the casual gamer who has 45 minutes to play at night after getting home from a long day of work, that frustration probably isn't that fun for them. And so I think that the idea of a casual extraction shooter just doesn't make sense. I think it just doesn't click with the casual gamer. And when you try to break it down into a more casual package, it just doesn't really work. It doesn't appeal to the hardcore gamers, which are the ones that are going to spend all the time and money in your game. And it doesn't appeal to the casual guys because the format of the game doesn't click with them. And so it just doesn't really work. You know, it just doesn't really work. They're streamer games. The high stakes makes it good for content. Yeah, and I can understand that, but I think it's also, and I'm saying this as a content creator, it's the danger with making a game for streamers. Streamers may love it, but there's not enough streamers on the planet to make your game successful. And streamers can only justify playing games that the audience also likes watching and also likes engaging with. And So it doesn't really click. Do I count Helldivers as an extraction shooter? No. Typically, extraction shooters, one of the key staples of them is that when you go in, if you die, you lose the stuff you had on you at the time. Like, that's one of the core concepts of extraction shooters. I don't hear anything about that in this article about Fair Game $. So I don't know if it's something where you bring guns in and then you lose them if you get eliminated or killed or whatever. So I don't know if that's a thing here, but a lot of extraction shooters, one of the core concepts is that you lose the things that you brought with you or you had on you when you die in the match, you know? Whereas in like Helldivers, that doesn't happen. Helldivers is a very unique thing, but it's more of an arcadey team-based shooter. Yeah, objective-based co-op shooter. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good way of saying it. So anyway, it's just I think that this extraction shooter trend is not the thing that a lot of companies think it is. And it's what kind of surprised me, and I told you guys about it a lot. When I went to that preview event for Marathon, I was shocked at how many streamers and Bungie devs were in agreement when chatting over lunch about one specific thing. And it was extraction shooters are going to be the next big thing. I personally don't believe that. I could be totally wrong. But like, we're at lunch and there's some big streamers. We're talking about streamers with multiple millions of followers, right? They're talking to Bungie devs, and the Bungie devs, are chatting back and forth, and they go, why did you guys choose to go extraction shooter for Marathon? And they said, well, we just really believe this is going to be the next big thing. Battle Royales are on their way out. Extraction shooters are in. And all the streamers, yep, totally agree. And I personally don't see it. Maybe I'm missing something because, again, I'm small potatoes compared to some of the big guys that are streaming these games to 20,000 people. But I just don't see it. I think that they're successful, they're worth making, but I think if you're budgeting your extraction shooter, assuming that it's going to be a Fortnite level success, you're on some serious copium, and you shouldn't budget it based on that. And that's the slippery slope, is that they're pouring so many hundreds of millions of dollars into these projects because they're like, yeah, it's going to be the next Fortnite. And then it doesn't make Fortnite money. And they're like, oh, well, shoot. Now we're screwed. Now we're really screwed. Oh God. So I've not just heard it at the Bungie event. I've heard streamers and other devs at other places mention the same thing with extraction shooters. It's just, for whatever reason, they think it's the new meta and they think they're getting in early. But you remember, these are the same companies that thought that NFTs were the next big thing. Like 4 years ago, NFTs were going to take over the industry. So I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. It's too niche to be the next big thing. Casual not like them. Well, exactly. And I mean, I think that that's the thing, is that they're like, yeah, it's niche right now, but we're going to make Marathon be the not niche extraction shooter, and therefore it will be successful. But I think it's not that, I don't think the inventory management system of Tarkov is necessarily the massive turnoff that people think it is. I just don't think so. I don't think the really complex weapon system is the massive turnoff they assume it is. Is it intimidating? Yeah. But I think that the reason more casual audiences haven't gravitated the same way towards extraction shooters as you would have expected at this point in that genre's lifespan is just because the genre itself, the format of extraction shooters, some people love it. And the people that love it tend to be a little bit more hardcore and willing to tolerate those low points much more. Whereas the more casual gamer, I don't think tolerates the low points hardly at all. I think that it turns them off. They delete the game and move on. And I think that's a problem. Yeah, not everybody wants to be sweaty. Yeah. Some people love being sweaty. They grind ranked and they rock and roll. But a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people just want to play 45 minutes of a game and then move on with their day, and the casual gamer, this is the big thing. The casual gamer is where all the money really is. Like, yeah, we joke about this game or that game where the whales spent this much money on star citizenships or whatever, but like the casual gamer, Monopoly Go, the mobile game, has generated over $5 billion in revenue since it launched 2 years ago. It raised over $3 billion in less than 500 days. Like the casual gamer, they spend stupid money. Okay? They spend stupid money. Hardcore gamers, yeah, they spend good money. They spend a lot of money. Maybe they certainly spend more than the average casual gamer. The advantage for the casual gamer is that they have volume. If the average hardcore gamer spends $50 a quarter, on skins or on this or that, the average consumer probably spends $5. But there's 1,000 times more of them, I feel like casuals look more for those contained low stakes games. Just pop for a game or two on Rivals or Battle Royale, just turn off the console. Well, yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with it where people might work, 9 to 5. They get home at 5:30 or 6. They eat dinner with their family. They put the kids down for bed. And then they sit down on the couch at 8:30, 9 p.m. And they're like, okay, I want to play an hour of games. And they play some Warzone, they play some Fortnite, they play some of this, some of that, whatever they choose to play for an hour until 10. And then they go to bed. That's the casual gamer. That's the average gamer routine for a lot of people. And for them, playing 2 rounds of an extraction shooter and then losing everything that they brought with them because their teammates sucked, because there's no solo queue. They have to play with teammates. So their teammates suck. They lose everything they brought with them. They're super PO'd and frustrated that thing they spent 3 hours of gameplay grinding to get is now just gone. And they shut the game off, delete it, say never again. I just got called out. Dude, I'm kind of calling myself out too. Difference is my work is talking about video games. So I have the chance to play games, in my work day. But yeah, when I'm like not doing this and I just want to play something chill and fun after the kids go down for bed, a really hardcore extraction shooter might not be it, But anyway, let me catch up on this real quick. Let's see. V, thank you for the 5. Remember when Sony said they have multiple live service projects coming? Concord, Marathon, now Fair Games. What's next on the chopping block? I think they have a couple more, but they canceled a handful. Like even the Blue Point game, which was going to be a God of War spinoff game, that was canceled. Sony Bend was working on something. Yeah. And then Jack, thank you for 11 months. Hear me out, Luke. A single player open world RPG with deep mechanics and intriguing story, or intricate story. I think it'll be the next big thing. You sound crazy right now. Like, Jack, you have lost it. Thank you for 11 months. That's crazy. Thank you. Almost a year, baby. Yeah, dude. It's like, also, what if we made like a single player game with a fantastic cast of characters? We spend a lot of money on voice acting talent that are very, very good. We get Gollum to play a role in it. And then we just we give a small team enough money and time to really perfect their vision. And then we release it at like $50. No. Let's make Fortnite extraction shooter. Okay. Let's make the next Star Wars. Let's do that. Haven't you seen the trailer? The alien dude uses hot sauce. It's relatable. Is it lost on you? They call me Quan. Thank you for the 5. Have you seen the developer interview for Chrono Odyssey? Yeah, I pulled it up. I don't know if it was you or somebody else that mentioned it on stream, but I did pull it up and check it out after stream at one point. And I think Chrono Odyssey looks interesting. I just think there needs to be more for us to sink our teeth into before I can really do a deep dive into it. But once there's more to talk about, I'm down to do a deep dive. I just need more. Need more, you know? Maybe we'll get more at Summer Games Fest. I know they're doing play tests and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. But I just don't have enough to really jump into. Yo, hot sauce guy jumped. That was super cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about this real quick. Let's actually talk about the elephant in the room. News, I bet. Well, everyone, it looks like Marathon actually may get the delay that we all kind of know that it needs. This is coming from Forbes, Paul Tassi, and also Colin Moriarty on Sacred Symbols podcast he has. He was told, quote, I was told by somebody familiar with the marketing campaigns and marketing plans in a key overseas market that there are now no plans to do paid marketing for Marathon at all. I don't know if those plans were affected by what has recently happened or if that was always the plan or whatever, but it is considered a fairly unusual move for a game of this high profile. Paul continues, this tracks somewhat with what I was told a little while back, though he's getting info on the Sony side. He's trustworthy. Well, I'm getting it on the Bungie side. I heard the entire marketing plan was thrown out and had to restart from scratch, and plans like a new trailer and launching pre-orders and a big public beta about a month before launch were not happening. I didn't hear anything about all paid media or marketing being erased, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's where things ended up. There's now talk about whether this means Marathon is delayed or even canceled after its disastrous couple of weeks. Delayed, I'm almost positive yes. Canceled, it's hard to see how that could happen given that it would be Sony's second obscene live service blow up in a year. That's true. Isn't this insane? If they ended up canceling Marathon, let's say next week they announce a cancellation, it would be the second euthanasia of a monstrosity live service game in less than 12 months. That's insane. That's crazy. But that's how much money that they've just burned on this, you know? Like it's unbelievable, but that's where they are. And you have to wonder, like, at what point does the pride of the company affect these decisions for them to be like, we can't screw this up again? Less than a year ago, we had Concord, and you're telling me that like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This isn't Sony's game. Bungie's publishing Sony. Or Bungie's publishing. The problem is Sony owns them, so ultimately they foot the bill when things go sour. So, you know, if Bungie needs an extra $100 million to make payroll for the next quarter, guess who has to pay for it? You know, Daddy Sony. There's no getting around it. It might just be that, like, oh, Bungie's books look really bad, but ultimately Bungie's books are a part of Sony's books, and so it ends up being the same. It's just whose name you put on it first, you know. So I mean, I'm inclined to think that they just delay it. I can't imagine that they just scrap it entirely, but they might have data internally that's more worrisome. You never know. I think it'd be surprising if they canceled it before doing a public play test. I think if they do the public play test and they can't get more than like 5,000 players, yeah, at that point, the writing's on the wall. But prior to a play test, I'd be surprised. I'd be really surprised. Blowing up a game on the launch pad this close to release with years and hundreds of millions of dollars invested would be insanity. It's close to what happened with Concord, yes, but the difference here is that this is Bungie, not just a shooter studio, but one that Sony paid an absurdly overpriced $3.6 billion for. I still don't know how on earth they got to the and bear in mind, they offered 3.6. That was the announced price. After they closed the deal, they came out and revised the number. So saying that it was close to the 3.7 after they adjusted everything at closing. So either way, they spent billions on a company that has returned almost nothing and potentially actually nothing. We know that they've missed revenue targets. We know that they've lost money on Destiny for a long time. They've had some good periods where they have an expansion or something for Destiny 2 that does really well. But the analyst estimation is that Bungie's been losing money consistently for years. And so they may at this point be in the whole $4 billion, maybe more total on Bungie. And this is what they're hoping can justify the expense, but it's crazy. Paul goes on, you can't cancel it now. It's too late. You have to roll the dice. But to do that, you need at least some sort of delay to reset the narrative and polish and add, I don't know, something to the game to make it more of a draw at launch. A delay is what I think this marketing hold means, because you're not going to bother spooling up a big ad campaign for a game that isn't coming out until when? Sometime in 2026 from the looks of all of this. I've been on the delay marathon train before, and I still think it's the least worst option. But my position has also evolved into thinking it simply does not matter. Marathon's problems are too foundational. A class-based extraction game entirely unbalanced for solo play, not accessible enough for casual, and not hardcore enough for existing genre players. Oh, and its cool art style was the one thing it had going for it. You can't talk about that without saying plagiarism in the same sentence, no matter how few decals have been stolen. The marketing spend pull isn't a shock, but I get how it certainly sounds like that. The writing has been pretty clear on the walls since the alpha that this is not a game that can be released in 4 months, and it's not just because of some visual polish. Still, I have not heard anything internally about a delay or cancellation, though those conversations are probably happening only at the top levels. But if Sony is making this move now, some public news may be imminent. Almost certainly the conversations are happening. And what we do know is that Hiroki Totoki, new head honcho over at Sony, is not afraid of canceling stuff. He is okay with doing it if he thinks that it's going to lessen the pain in the long run. And he canceled plenty of live service games. They may be having a conversation with this, just being like, okay, realistically, what are the odds of this popping off and finding success? I personally don't. I try, whenever we talk about this stuff, I try to like play it out in my mind's eye. I try to think of a situation like, okay, play it out. What would this being successful look like? Like, at what point does Marathon click and go viral and do really, really well? And I'm like, well, it needs a lot more content, a lot more features. That means a big delay. And even then, it's like, how does it overcome the negativity right now? Because like we talk about Marathon, but I can only imagine like trying to boot it up as a more regular streamer. You're like, oh, I'm going to set aside Warzone right now. I'm going to play Marathon for a week or two, see how it goes. Your chat's going to be flooded with all sorts of stuff about the art controversy, about the lack of content, about, how the ranked mode's coming months after launch, all of that. I just don't see it. And it's too bad, because I don't think what I played with Marathon, like I didn't think it was bad. I just thought it wasn't ready for a premium price tag or for competing in the broader market. But for like 10, 15 hours, whatever I put into the Marathon playtest that they had, I had a fun time. It's not something I would replace in my regular day-to-day life. It's not something I would like be booting up every chance I can get. It's not something I would be getting my friends to pay $50 a pop for. But I played it. I'm like, yeah, it was fun. It's just not fun enough to justify the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars they're spending on it. And I don't know how they could get there with just like a 6-month delay or a year delay. I just personally don't see it. But as for the other problems, like even a solo queue, which I think could help the game, people have been like, oh, well, why doesn't people like Joe Ziegler, the game director, why doesn't he talk about that more often? Why doesn't he discuss how they could add that in? If they had a delay, if they had more time, they could do that, or maybe they'll add it post-launch. I think it's just fundamentally the problem is the way the game is set up. It doesn't really click that well in that way to just allow solo queues, because just think of it. If you're playing like solo Apex Legends, what's going to happen? There's going to be a meta for which characters are best. There's going to be a meta. Maybe it's Valkyrie. Maybe it's, what's the name of the one with the little bat owl thing that she can send it out and then zip to it. She's got the sniper rifle. High mobility characters could really, really help. And that might be the meta. And then everybody plays that one character. Everybody plays stealth. Everybody does this or that. And it removes all dynamics, because that's what happens when you have a hero class-based game, as opposed to just everybody starting from scratch with the same stuff. And that's what they said happened. The game devs were asked at the preview event I went to about a solo queue, and they said the reason we don't do it is because we tested it internally. We let people solo queue and we saw what happened. And what happened was everybody just played stealth. Everybody went and played Void, popped invisibility, and crawled around the map. Nobody wanted to engage, and it was really boring. And I think the same thing would happen here. Like, yeah, you would give people the option to go solo queue and to pick which characters they want, but almost certainly everybody would be picking the same characters, because the meta would be very, very clear cut. And in extraction shooters, it's not about just fun experimentation. The stakes are super high. You cannot afford to mess it up. You can't afford to lose your stuff. And so I just think it just doesn't work. The way that it's set up, it doesn't work for solo queues. And so it's an only team-based extraction shooter. And as of right now, there's just not enough content to make that work. And the ranked mode could help, because you could always be guaranteed to get in with capable, teammates. But that's something coming after launch. That's wild. They understood the problem, and instead of fixing it, they just stuck with it. Well, I mean, realistically, what's the solution? You get rid of the characters, the heroes, and you go back to the way the game originally was, allegedly before Joe Ziegler came in. Because you remember, he came in like 2022, I believe, and he rebooted the game into this hero-based shooter because he worked on Valorant, and that's his previous experience is Valorant, which of course is hero-based as well. But like, I think as part of him coming in is, he said, I only want to come in if I can go hero based. It's probably the pitch he gave them was, you should let me be the new game director, because I'm going to do this, this, and this, and we're going to take a hero and we're going to do that. So they understood the problem, but it was too late to fix anything and change it. And they might have decided, hey, it's not even worth risking the change. It doesn't make sense. But they won't. The entire goal of the game is to sell skins. Hero-based games sell the most skins. I mean, that is also a major, major component of this. And I do agree that that's a huge piece of it. And I think it's naive to pretend that it's not. Because almost certainly part of the idea, and they even had a name for it. They said they were going to call them shells. So for just like in this cinematic they had, they're going to have different shells where you can pay $20. You get a new shell for your runner, and you play through the game with that new shell, and that's how they can make money. That's all fine and dandy, but the game itself has to be good. And it's the danger also when you start to motivate gameplay choices based on monetization instead of just on like what makes the most sense for the game itself. So I do think we'll probably hear about a delay. I would imagine in the next week or two, we probably hear something before we hit Summer Games Fest and everything like that. I don't know. Oh, goodness, my coffee's not cooking in. Maybe they delay it in the middle of Summer Games Fest, like in the middle of all the other news, so it gets buried. Maybe they do that. But I do think they delay it. I'd be shocked if they cancel it. I just don't think that makes sense. Because if they cancel it, what does Bungie have? Like, they've got Destiny 2. That's not getting any more profitable. That's not making any more money, than it is right now. So what do they do? Like at that point, I don't see how Bungie in its current form stays alive. Like I think the odds of a Sony closure and tax write-off become very, very high. It's just, and I'm sure that's the debate they're making right now, is that Hiroki Totoki, he's looking at it and he's like, we could cancel it, but he has to answer then to shareholders, why did you just buy a company for $3.7 billion and then shut them down and cancel them? And how did you make that mistake? And he has the added benefit of, it was the guy before me, you know, or technically it was the guy before the guy that's in the position right now as CEO of PlayStation. But Hiroki Totoki came in as the new CFO. The previous CFO, the previous CEO, they all would have to answer for this Bungie acquisition. And I don't know how they could do that. Because, I mean, you got to think of it from a perspective of the perspective of an investor too. The investors have given Sony billions of dollars of their own money, and Sony went and squandered it on this. How would you feel if you invested in your buddy's company and then he blew it all on buying a new tool that has nothing to do with what he was doing before and is broken already and had the worst reviews on Amazon? Like, my buddy comes to me, hey, can you invest in my construction business? Sure. Here's $1,000 or whatever. And then he goes and spends it on the worst rated, I don't know, new set of tires or something for his truck. And then they wear out within a day and a half and he has to get them replaced again. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, what? I gave you that money and you just burned it? I'd be pissed. And that's going to happen here too. But at some point, the writing's on the wall. And if Bungie is totally incapable of making a game that's profitable, like at some point, you've just got to call it like you see it and cut your losses. But Sony needs to take an L. They're just thinking of which one to take, delay or cancel. The thing is, they delay it for a year. That represents another $150 million of spend. Like, that's a hugely expensive delay. So now the game needs to do even better to be profitable, you know, or to break even, much less be profitable. And so, like, what are we doing? We could delay it by that, and then it just raises the bar of what it needs to clear. And they have, you know, a year to figure it out and to save the game and make it perform even better than it would have if it had launched prior to all the scandals and stuff. But I think the game needed to delay before the scandals too. It's not clear what you do. It really is not clear. It's really, really bizarre. And, you know, I don't know the inner workings of the financials. I don't know all of that stuff that, you know, they are privy to, but it's not good. Excuse me, my goodness. Apologies. Plus, any delay puts it in range of GTA 6, more damage. Well, there's that. It's also, the other thing is that Sony has other live service games that they need out in the next year. Like, they have to put out the Horizon game, one of them, next year. They have to do it. They have a big Horizon MMO that they're working on. They have this other spin-off project from former Bungie devs that they have to put out. Like, they have a ton of stuff that they're working on that they need to put out sooner rather than later. And they don't want to stack them too close together because then it just cannibalizes it. So what are you going to do? Like, it's just bizarre. Fair Game $. Yeah, don't forget about Fair Game $. That's another one that's supposedly coming at some point in this period. You know? Marathon is a hero shooter with no heroes. The characters are absolutely devoid of personality. Literal shells. Compare that to the attractive characters in a game like Overwatch. Well, and even that's not even the core of the problem. It's just the broader problem is just, I think, as a concept, a casual extraction shooter doesn't make sense. And I think a game this lacking in content as a premium product doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Your use of attractive in Overwatch is concerning. Hey, man. We always knew that there were people out there that found those characters attractive. You never know. Horizon MMO sounds like another risky investment. Horizon. Okay, to be clear, I'm not the one that said they were attractive. Okay, I was reading a message in chat. Don't get it twisted. I did not say Horizon characters were schmexy, except for Mauga. Except for Mauga. Damn. Could pop your head like a zit. I tell you what, just with like, done. Uppies. Yeah, exactly. G Mendes. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody who is like, you know what I really want to play right now? An MMO Horizon game. Like, even Horizon fans are not that into that idea. Like, their obsession with Horizon is going to bankrupt them. I tell you what, it's just Herman. Talk about gooning. He loves him some Aloy. Can't get enough. And they're going to waste so much money on those projects. I've shown you guys the leaked little snippets of that Horizon project. I'm not so sure how well that works, but we'll see. Time will tell. I'm cautiously, I don't know about optimistic, probably cautiously skeptical and sometimes pessimistic because it's funny, but more than anything, I think they might be in trouble if they put too many eggs in that basket. It's just, I don't get it. I just genuinely don't get it. I'm like, yeah, they're fine. Yeah, you know what? I'll even go so far as to say the Horizon games are good, but they're treating them like they're masterpieces that I just don't get it. And there's nothing more cringe than somebody trying to make something a thing. You know? Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. That's what this is. Stop trying to make Horizon happen. It's like, it was probably going to happen, but now that you're trying so hard to make Horizon this big thing, it's like, it turns me off. I'm like, stop trying. Be cool. You know? Just, yeah. The Horizon IP has sold extremely well. Yeah, no, it has. It has. They're really good showcase games. They're really good visual treats. But the sequel did not do as well as the first game. And it also, I think, has struggled to broaden its horizon. And I think, you know, if you're into Horizon at this point, you know you're into Horizon, and that's cool. And you're going to play those games and love them. But I think that investing hundreds of millions of dollars into a Monster Hunter kind of esque game from Guerrilla, and then another few $100 million into an MMO in the same universe, I'm not sure how well that works, because again, like, your foundation was built on a single player narrative game, adventure game, and then you're going to try to make a spin-off live service game that's kind of like Monster Hunter, and then you're going to try to make an MMO spin-off game. I'm not so sure how into the world and universe people actually are. Like, I think part of what core Horizon fans liked were the stories and the single player component and the adventure side of it. I'm not sure you can just copy and paste that into
donated £9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I just finished and platinumed Claire Onsker, Expedition 3-3, and I want to say that this is my favorite game of all time. It's a masterpiece. I hope it wins Game of the Year and more.
Yeah, dude, it's on track. I think it's doing pretty well. Now that GTA 6 is out of the way, I mean, it's going to go up against KCD 2, and it probably goes up against, I mean, maybe Ghost of Yotei gets a nod as well. Monster Hunter is going to be there. Like, it'll have some competition for sure, but yeah, it's very, very good. I at this point, I still think that it's my front runner. Maybe it'll change by December, but as of right now, yeah. Oh, and best music. Yeah, it better win best music. My God. No prejudgment on other games. I'm just saying the music in Expedition is so freaking good. Oh, So good. Thank you for the 10. Very generous. Kaito Khan, thank you for the 3 months. Really love the laid back nature of your live channel. Definitely prefer it over your main channel. Thanks for the great content. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we've been having a good time. It's nice and chill. I like to hang out. W Porter, thank you for the 5. Are you personally shocked that a AAA studio like Bungie can make a mistake as big as Marathon in 2025? Like, how is this actually possible? I mean, in 2025, I'm not shocked. If you rewind the clocks and said this was happening in 2023, I probably would be. I think after seeing the colossal failure of so many live service games and games like, Concord being the primary example, and also Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and those, it doesn't really shock me that much, It should be shocking. It should be. A company this big and this storied and with this much talent should not be making mistakes as simple as these. But I don't know. Maybe it just shows that they're out of touch. Maybe it shows that they are checked out. I'm not really sure, but something's going on because they shouldn't be having these problems. I mean, you're talking about Bungie, like one of the most accomplished and beloved developers in the history of gaming, and they're making mistakes that indie companies wouldn't typically make. It's just bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. Welcome, Wheel. Thank you for the 5. Bungie showed Naughty Dog how tough live service is, so they scrapped factions. Sony could have made bank on it. I think they could have, but I think what they realized, and it was paired with that announcement when they canceled not factions, they called it The Last of Us Online. Was all they referred to it as. But when they canceled The Last of Us Online, what they said was interesting. They were like, we did an internal review and we realized that if we were to do this, it would basically turn Naughty Dog into a live service studio. And effectively what they were saying is, hey, we could do The Last of Us Online, but the problem is, if it is successful, we never make a Last of Us Part 3. We never make Intergalactic Heretic Prophet. We never make another Uncharted game. Like, we never do anything like that again. And Sony values Naughty Dog for their ability to put out Game of the Year contenders and winners and to have that prestige on their console. And so I think that the game also, like, they weren't sure it was going to make money for 5 years. Probably was going to make good money for a year or two and then probably die off. And they just decided, you know what? It's not worth it. And so they moved on. It's just wild, but it makes me wonder, because we know that Naughty Dog is working on other projects right now as well. Here it is. Yeah, December 14th, 2023. Yeah, stop development. I really wonder if they're copying and pasting pieces of The Last of Us Online into some of their future projects. The multiplayer team has been in pre-production with this game since we were in The Last of Us Part 2. As the multiplayer team iterated on the concept of the game, their vision crystallized, the gameplay got more refined and satisfying. We were enthusiastic about the direction in which we were headed. In ramping up to full production, the massive scope of our ambition became clear. To release and support The Last of Us Online, we'd have to pull all of our studio resources behind supporting post-launch content for years to come, severely impacting development on future single-player games. So we had two paths in front of us: become a solely live service game studio, or continue to focus on single-player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage. Seems crazy that they had to get all the way to the point where they were ramping up for full production before they realized that, but that's crazy. That's crazy. Makes you again, I would love to know some of the behind the scenes conversations, because there's a lot of like other details are going on, like little tidbits, little other things you didn't consider, because it might have been that they were like, it's gonna do all, like, be really expensive, it's gonna cause us to stop doing the single player stuff, but maybe part of the pitch was, what if we took some of our multiplayer offerings and we combined it into some of our future projects? What if we added a co-op component to one of our spin-off games that we're working on, or whatever else? Because we know that they had, what was the guy, the former director on the Avengers game, worked at Naughty Dog for a while. And his game was canceled, I think earlier this year, late last year or something. And it makes me wonder, okay, so is he working on like a smaller online spin-off project? Like, you just never know. You just never know. But yeah, speaking of never knowing, little transition there for you. You ready for this? T Devil Demon, thank you for the sub with Prime also. Thank you. Okay. Speaking of never knowing, we never thought we would see the inner workings of the developer behind Mind's Eye, but it looks like we have. Let me show you. Okay. New segment. So last week we talked about Mind's Eye and how the previews that they gave were not great. I mean, this is the game that's headed up by a former Rockstar producer. It's being put together by Build a Rocket Boy is the name of the company and the studio. And the preview, we watched Maddie's, a bit of Maddie's take on it because he was at the preview. But even calling it a preview is pretty generous, because what happened is at some point in the last couple of weeks, they held a digital only preview, which is effectively just a Discord call or a Zoom call. And they did a hands-off demo, which is like if we're on a Discord call and I just stream the footage to you off of my computer. Like, it, again, calling it a preview is, it's generous. It's generous. So it's a hands-off preview. Bear in mind, this launches on June 10th as of right now. As of right now, still, it's not been delayed. As of right now, it launches June 10th. And they are still doing hands-off previews. And even crazier, the most insane thing Maddie said in that whole video was that they had to turn on invulnerability 2 separate times because the quests were so broken you couldn't get any further unless you turned on God mode. Like, what? It's unbelievable. Like, I have never in my life heard of something like that happening, where they, like, the game is so broken this close to launch that they had to turn on God mode. It's like going in and playing a Bethesda game and you do, you know, tilde TGM, toggle God mode. I've never heard of that happening, but that's how busted the game was during that period. While they're trying to showcase it and convince you it's really good. And this is, you know, not to mention tons of other performance issues, frame drops, and various bugs and glitches. But I guess it shouldn't come as a surprise because there was something off with this game always. There's just something weird about it. My personal theory is that the project Everywhere, which is the other thing that they are working on, was supposed to be a big NFT project. That kind of fell apart, of course, because NFTs kind of went belly up. And so now they're trying to find a way to get this out the door because this was supposed to be a part of that. And they're just trying to get it shoved out so they can get some cash because I think they're running out of money. And so this is the best that they have, which is why they might not actually delay it, even though clearly it needs a delay. Maybe with how negative the reception was at the previews, they'll listen now, but they still haven't delayed it. They still haven't after all this time. So we thought that we were just going to hear nothing until a delay was announced or until the game launched. But Game Roll actually put this together and got some clips of reviews. Now, if you're not familiar, there are websites you can go, I think Glassdoor is one of them, where you can go and leave a review for your employer. So if you work at Best Buy, you can leave a review for your employer. And if you work at Take-Two or at Ubisoft or EA or whatever, you can leave reviews, which is a good way of you communicating to future applicants what it's like to work there. Now, these should always be taken with a grain of salt because there's often like fake reviews mixed in here, and you'll see trolls kind of pretending to be an employee and joke about it. But when you start to see like a dozen reviews and they all consist of like a common thread of narratives, that should tell you something actually is going on here. So as you can see here, Game Roll clips these, and we're going to read through a couple tidbits of this, which it's going to blow your mind. But Reminder, these are some of the reviews of what it's like to work at Build a Rocket Boy, developers of Mind's Eye, from former employees. Sounds like a terrible workplace ran by egotistical executives. Leslie Benzies was also a huge player during the crunch era at Rockstar, FYI. Yeah, this is, so Leslie Benzies is the guy that they've been using as their claim to fame. Like, hey, you should check out Everywhere, the project. You should check out Mind's Eye because it's run by this guy, Leslie Benzies, who was at Rockstar through the creation of, as you can see, Red Dead, GTA Online, GTA 5, like an OG. But when he was at Rockstar, I mean, it's not like it was a dream place to work. They put out some good stuff, but doesn't mean that he'll necessarily be capable of running any company just because he moved over. So what are some of these specifics that they bring up? Well, pros. This was left January of 2025. So this is left before all of this like drama has started with the previews being bad. An anonymous employee worked for more than a year, said, in January 27th, pros, free soup in the office, good salary, but very little increase over the years, and promise of a decent bonus, 30%, to keep people staying. Cons, culture of blame, lies, and bullying at the very top. Younger, inexperienced members of staff are used as collateral to take the blame for decisions made beyond their control, but they're asked to carry out. The only people who survive are the ones who say yes to and feed this co-CEO egos. Everyone else with a voice or an opinion that differs are pushed out. Clear favoritism and special treatment for those who say yes are the most ridiculous things. The entire executive team suddenly vanished over about the span of a year with very little explanation and were replaced with people with no expertise. People know that if you're called by HR, they vanish you in the middle of the day and are never spoken about again. There's even a review lower down in this thread that refers to employees as passengers who should be exited. The products are late and mediocre, and blaming it on things like it's because people work 9 to 5 will not change that. Overall, can only liken it to feeling like that name that was playing music on the Titanic as it sank. Another one, perfect example of how meritocracy is a doomed farce. Pros, you might meet some amazing people on the front line in that small window between joining and one/both of you being made redundant with 24-hour notice. A common thread that they fire people very suddenly without notice. It's a sad byproduct of capitalism that the most of us will end up working beneath the petulant children of the elite who inevitably fail upwards through life. This company is the worst example of this I've ever witnessed. The upper management openly admit their goal is a culture of fear and consistently pass all blame off to the lower orders. I'm still amazed at some of the company policies designed specifically to protect the fragile ego of the CEO. For the day-to-day, it's a constant battle between the talented developers and clueless leadership, knee-jerking like ragdolls from GTA 4 to the whims of the CEO, without any regard to what would actually make a game good. Said CEO is the type to actually read this between making a delusional 5-star review. So I say, hi there, grow up, accept responsibility for your own failures for once in your life, and apologize to those unfortunate enough to still be relying on you. Also, I'm amazed GTA 5 ever even got released in spite of you. Advice to management. So much of the damage is done already. The only way I can see you salvaging this in any way is to have upper management step down and transition to a worker-owned cooperative. Then, and only then, might something halfway decent come of all this. And it keeps going. There's even more. Mix of intelligent people, semi-interesting projects. I think it speaks volume that for every 1-star review, a passive-aggressive 5-star review rears its head. And also, look at how many likes the 1-star review gets in comparison. They're the ones speaking nothing but the truth. This is one thing you'll see if you go to Glassdoor. There's people leaving 5-star reviews, but it really seems like some of them have been left by maybe butthurt managers and executives that are trying to save the average rating, because like a lot of there's plenty of companies that are toxic and stupid, like there's plenty of companies that are terrible, and they let you vote poorly on their like the Glassdoor website or whatever, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, okay, yeah, you don't like it, quit, leave. But it's pretty petty to go and then leave like fake 5-star reviews. Like it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. GT says, I got paid to leave a 5-star review at your old company. Yeah, my old company did that. They deleted all negative reviews and only have 5 stars. Yeah, pretty toxic, right? Pretty toxic. They continue. That's without even talking about the reviews that have either been rejected or deleted. The company went through an intense leadership change last year, which resulted in some of the most bizarre handlings of dismissals and redundancies I've seen, which included bullying and harassment, among other concerning behaviors. Benefits, including sick pay, were significantly scaled back in place of justifying a very weird meritocracy. But effectively, they're just asking people to do more with less. Senior leaders don't communicate with any level of competency and will say one thing to your face and do another. It's an echo chamber of yes men, a blame culture from the top down. People are scared to take accountability, so instead they just point fingers at others. Again, when you start to see a common thread, when everybody's saying the same things, management's incompetent, it's a culture of fear, it's a culture of punishment, finger pointing, and the only way you move up is by being a yes man. Like, it's bad, and it should tell you that there's probably something actually happening here. Yeah, there's this one. Crunch. The studio's in full crunch for months, veiling as focus time, bug bash, do your damn job. You do not get overtime, so you're salaried on a very low salary for the industry. You will struggle to take holiday. This is due to the constant crunch. Little to no notice is given for changing timelines. Be prepared to cancel your approved holiday because leadership cannot plan ahead for more than 5 days in advance. Again, it sounds like the company is a total disaster. Game Roll also points out they've been running official ads on Reddit, capitalizing on the stupid GTA 6 comparisons. The studio is absolutely crooked. I can't understand anybody who's excited for Mindsight at this point. Previews sound terrible with how the studio functions. Yikes. Yeah, it's I hope people don't fall for it, but there's going to be some like 12-year-olds who fall for it thinking that this is like a GTA clone that will get them by until the game comes out, and they're going to be pretty disappointed, I feel, when they see it. DB clipped this one. The CEO made one of the biggest revenue generators of all time in 2013. It's safe to say that games have moved on since. However, the methodology of I am always right and you will cater for that audience of one has not. The CEO simply does not process anyone's view other than his own, and frantic last-minute feedback and abject panic from investors. It results in delayed decision-making, as some of the things requested simply cannot be implemented, or if they are implemented, they are incomplete, inaccurate, or simply not good enough because they have not had the time or care required. There are so many talented and skilled people who work at this company who have their work scrubbed, neutered, or radically altered due to last-minute changes. These late changes continually blight releases and demonstrations. This might have been how games were made in a crunch environment with unlimited resources a decade ago, but it is not how they're made now. There are not infinite resources to throw at the problem, and everyone has a burnout limit. The expectation at BARB is that that burnout limit is higher than anywhere else in the industry. It's just across the board. You cannot find, like, as far as I can tell, a genuinely positive review. And it's this type of toxic environment typically breeds games that are broken and busted and are not ready for prime time. Like, there's a reason why when you see a game that flops, you typically see like the company behind the scenes was dysfunctional. Oh yeah, you remember him? This is that guy. This is him. Allegedly, he's the head honcho who's super toxic. This was at the State of Play.
I'm Leslie Benzies, director of Mind's Eye, Builder Rocket Boy's new action adventure set in the fictional city of Red Rock, where AI and human greed collide to bring Earth to the precipice of collapse. All captured on PlayStation 5 Pro. We're now proud to share some gameplay footage with the explosive combat and high-octane driving that you can expect on PlayStation 5 later this year.
Probably should be later this year if you're having to turn on God mode. That's pretty bad, dude. It's pretty bad. I've never in my life seen something like that. I've never in my life seen it. Pretty bad. But I do think you can start to get the feeling where it's like, I helped make Rockstar's magnum opus. I helped make Grand Theft Auto 5. You're going to listen to me. I'm in charge. You know, it's a dangerous game to play, because if you are if your entire company is about following the edicts of the tyrant at the top, allegedly, that can work if the tyrant knows what he's doing. But the moment he doesn't, he drives the whole ship into the ground, you know? And I think that's the danger with some of these companies is that they have somebody who thinks they know what they're doing and they just don't. Like, if everybody is following the prescriptions of what Hidetaka Miyazaki is telling you to do, okay, fair. It's probably going to work out. But with this guy, I mean, you can tell by the product, if the previews are all universally, not just bad, but extremely negative, that should be a wake-up call. Because you guys remember, somebody said, like, oh, well, previews usually are really, really positive, and, you know, you can't tell much from them. No, I mean, do you remember when the Suicide Squad preview came out? Oh my God, I forgot about this one. Like, again, just reverse the roles. You remember this?
Harley, no!
Worth it.
Imagine if Captain Boomerang went up to Harley's butt as they freeze and, like, grabbed her butt just to be like, ha, worth it. Can you imagine the meltdown people would have? But yeah, for Suicide Squad, it's fine because it's Harley. It's just, the whole thing was so stupid and toxic. But this preview was also very, very negative, and the game ended up being even worse. This is also from Destin, friend of the channel. But this ended up being, you know, a quite poor and negative review, and the game ended up being worse. So just imagine if Mind's Eye, the previews end up being even worse. The final product's even worse than the previews were. Be pretty impressive, frankly. It'd be pretty impressive, but I wouldn't put it past him considering where it's at right now. I think it's not that surprising that it's having this trouble, that it's struggling, because the game's always looked a little fishy. And it's been paired to this Everywhere project, which is supposed to be a new platform for you to make like your own missions and quests and things in games, which sounds cool, but it was announced right around the time of the NFT craze. And so the suspicion has always been that it was supposed to have NFTs as like the primary mode of monetization, that you buy a skin and then it's an NFT you can carry across different experiences within the game. And then when that went belly up, they just had nothing else, you know, to show for it. So they just didn't know how to monetize it. It's the vibe I get. Maybe they never actually planned on NFTs, but it gives that vibe. And you got to kind of pause and wonder, why does it give you that vibe if it was never the plan, you know? So who knows? But the Mind's Eye stuff is really toxic, and it just seems more and more. The more we find out about it, the worse it gets, which is the opposite of what should be happening when you advertise your game. So my big recommendation to them would be delay the game by 6 months to a year. Don't crunch your devs. Announce that you're not. Hold yourself accountable publicly. No more crunch. And you just focus on finishing the game, getting it to a good spot. Do that, you might have a decent, solid game on your hands. But if you try to shove this out in June, we will mock it. We will crucify it. And, you know, it'll be good for me in terms of content. I'll get plenty of content out of that. I love a dumpster fire, but I'm encouraging you, do the right thing for your company, your employees. Delay it. Give it time. Don't crunch. And get across the finish line. I don't think they'll do that, but I would love to be proven wrong. We'll see. The discs are probably already printed. They can't delay it. Oh, you can delay it. Assassin's Creed Shadows delayed it, and they had physical copies out in the wild. You remember? You remember? The people who got access to it early because they stole copies out of warehouses, they remember. You know? He doesn't listen to his directors. Why would he listen to us? Oh, this whole thing is very, very parasocial. You know, it's It's me putting it out into the ether that I would like to see them delay it, and I think that's what's best for the company. Ultimately, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, and it's the same with like marathon delays. We can make our opinions heard, and we can be like, hey, yeah, we think you should delay it. But if the one executive in Japan that makes the final thumbs up, thumbs down decision, if he says, nope, you're launching in September, that's what it is. It ultimately doesn't really matter what we think. We can voice our opinion and hope that they hear it and acknowledge it and consider it. But ultimately, it usually comes down to one decision maker, But anyway, let me catch up on these real quick. Jack, cut to the Onion video. Should Sony, the government, stop dumping money into a giant hole? Oh, dude, I remember that one. They have the picture of just like dumping money into it. Yeah, that's Sony. That's Sony with live service, all right. Judson, thank you for the 2. Does Dr. Lupo cheating also affect Marathon 2? I mean, not, I don't think, in any quantifiable way. If they had Dr. Lupo like in a lot more marketing materials, maybe, but I don't think so. I think it was pretty well isolated. Most of the people who are familiar with that scandal, quote unquote, like of him cheating during that tournament, it's mostly chess players, and the chess players were never going to buy Marathon. Like they play chess, I think Dr. Lupo was pretty low on the list of things. Like it's not, of course they would rather it didn't happen because Lupo was part of their planning phase and stuff, but he was like a consultant or whatever. But yeah, it's just stupid. Where was I? Read that one. Okay, we're caught up there. Okay. Here, let me pull this up because, like I said, I saw this article. I thought this was interesting. Here, okay. So, news segment. So one of the games from last year, was, of course, Dragon Age the Veilguard. This game was highly anticipated for sure, coming from BioWare. It was in a beloved franchise, the Dragon Age franchise. It had a lot riding on it because BioWare also had a series of flops before this. They had Mass Effect Andromeda in 2017, I think it was. And then after that, which was a broken disaster, they would put out Anthem. Anthem also lost tons of money, was also a flop. And that was in 2019, I think. And then they took a few years and they came out with this. Now, a couple of things. We're going to do a compliment sandwich, okay? Couple of compliment sandwich. Where you put one nice thing, the bad thing, and then another nice thing. Okay, we're going to make a sandwich right now. The game was very well optimized. It ran really, really well, which is rare in the industry nowadays. So it was well optimized. The writing was some of the worst I've seen in an RPG probably in my entire life. The hair physics were really good. Maybe that's how we do this now, because people say I'm too mean to games. People are like, you're too mean. You need to be nicer. So maybe I just need to do a lot of compliment sandwiches. Maybe that's how we do it. But this whole game was really bizarre. But ultimately, it underperformed their expectations. I believe they said by 50% roughly. So they were hoping to generate about 3 million units. They said like 1.5 million players, which might mean maybe 1.3 million units sold if you count like people playing on the same console and stuff like that. But it didn't hit their targets, didn't hit their expectations. And so it was considered a flop or failure. And that came out after they revealed their finances and financial targets and stuff. My question was always like, they were not going to make a profit on Veilguard, which is why the standard should never have been, it lost money. The standard should have always been, what did they expect it to? They had spent so many years on this, and it started as a multiplayer game, went back to single player, or no, it started as single player, turned into a multiplayer game, and then they turned it back into a single player game. Like, it was rebooted a couple of different times. It was just a mess. So I don't think they were ever going to turn a profit on the total spend on this, but the real problem was just that they expected to be able to pull in roughly 3 million copies, and they didn't achieve probably half of that, which is bad, I believe is the technical term, now that we have that data. And so after this happened, some of the directors left, I almost said Bungie, BioWare. It's all these B letter studios, but they left BioWare. The team saw a significant reduction. Funnily enough, the primary complaint people had was the writing, okay? Because there's this point about halfway through the game where instead of having an end game or like a late game, pretty much everything you do is about building your relationship with your companions and like becoming buddies with them. And they even have lines in dialogue where like, if we're going to take down the elf prince or whatever, we have to become friends, or we have to work on our friendships and bonds. Like, what? Like, okay. Whatever. Like it was just kind of stupid in concept. And then the writing for the companion quest lines were also terrible. And one of the things people love about RPGs, especially Dragon Age, were like romances. The romances in this game were laughably stupid. It was like the most sexually repressed people on earth were tasked with designing the romance sequences. It was laughably stupid. It's like, oh, things are getting hot and steamy. Have a cappuccino. Fade to black. That was great. How was it for you? Like, it was so bad, dude. It was so bad. It was terrible. And so they, the more involved people got and the more hooked into it they got, the less enthused they were. And so it left a lot of people who were really into Dragon Age just feeling unenthused and unexcited, and they had poor word of mouth the further into the game people got. And that's kind of where I was like the first couple of hours, I was digging it. I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. And then the first like 5 hours passed, I'm like, okay, I'm into it. And then I started to get to the point where it's like, is this it? Oh, and it soured as time went on. And the writing is really, really what in my opinion, limited it. And funnily enough, every single credited writer in the credits of Dragon Age Veilguard, you can fact check this. All of the credited writers, guess where they don't work anymore? They got rid of all of them. They all were not renewed. They were encouraged to go seek other forms of employment elsewhere, which I think, frankly, it was needed. And that actually is encouraging to me, because if you can identify the one thing everybody said was bad and fix it, it means that next time around, we might actually be in for a treat. If for the next Mass Effect project, they can find the one thing that was bad and then they can correct it, in this case, the writing, we could be in for a treat with a really polished Mass Effect game with good writing. Then I think we're playing. And you better believe that they are paying close attention. But basically, BioWare got restructured into this very, very lean team that's just doing pre-production stuff on Mass Effect. It's probably they probably only have like 70 to 90 employees there right now. Like, they pretty much decimated by a good bit. I mean, they decimated BioWare after this game failed, but it seems like it was actually pretty targeted, and they got rid of the people that were more directly responsible for the problemed areas. Now, you might be wondering, Luke, why are we talking about this? Why are we bringing this up? Well, I just saw this article pop up from IGN. Tom Phillips wrote it up. And it's just titled, Dragon Age: The Veilguard star absolutely devastated over backlash, says people wanted to see BioWare fail. And this is the bit that I want to touch on, okay? So Dragon Age star Alex Wilton Regan has given her personal response to the backlash faced by last year's Dragon Age Veilguard and blamed the mixed reactions on people who, quote, wanted to see the game fail or wanted to see BioWare fail. The actor who plays the female Inquisitor in Dragon Age Inquisition and Dragon Age The Veilguard told IGN that she was absolutely devastated to see BioWare's latest game fail to find a larger audience, despite mostly positive review scores from critics. The one thing with the review scores is that they were so crazy selective with who they sent review codes that the final Metacritic score, I don't think you can put a whole lot of weight in. For example, like they told multiple other content creators that we were going to get review codes to play the game before launch and to make reviews. And then they just ghosted us. Like at one point I checked with somebody and said, my contact at EA, and I was like, did we get in the codes? It was like a week out, and I had heard that other like content creators had gotten their code. Like, yeah, we're just working on getting it. We'll be in touch soon. A couple days passed. Check in again. Yeah, so right now we're just short on codes, so we're going to get you a code the day before launch. So it's not a review code. Like, I'm not entitled to a review code, but if you tell me I'm going to review it, and I tell my audience I'm going to review it, and then I don't get the code, that looks weird. It just looks odd, you know? So whatever. Day before the game launches, or day before reviews or game launch, whatever it was, comes and goes. No review code, no access code, whatever. And then launch day comes, and I'm like, well, I see the reviews. I see Maddie and Skillip talking about it, having some strong words and opinions on it. I'm just going to buy it and get it. And then like the day or two after the game launched, they were like, yeah, so do you still, would you still like access to the game? I was like, what do you mean? It's crazy. It was so bizarre. And I've never had that happen before. You know, if they don't want to send you a review code, typically companies will just tell you, yeah, we're not going to do that. You're not on our review list. We love working with you. We love to be in the Luke Stevens business, but just not with the reviews. That's fine. You can say that. That's totally fine. I get it. If you know, you want to be picky. I don't like it. I think you should be more open, but I get it. Can't complain. But when you tell a bunch of content creators, a bunch of YouTubers that they're going to review it, and then you pull the review codes at the last minute, not just from YouTubers, but also from outlets. There were outlets that didn't get it. And websites and stuff. It starts to look weird. It starts to look like you're being very selective with who you give access to the game based on maybe preview reactions, based on how harsh you think they'll be to the final game, all of that. It just doesn't look good. That's the point. It doesn't look good. Oh my God, Caleb.
Caleb donated $20 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Hey Luke, this is the mom of all the writers at BioWare.
It's crazy.
How dare you
all
don't like
were
art.
sisters
I
and
mean,
brothers.
they're writing. What do you mean you don't like taking a large narrative pause at the climax to feel good? Do you hate friendship?
I know, right? Like right as the stakes have never been higher and people are dying. Like that was the most ridiculous thing, is that it was like a city is destroyed. Spoilers, I guess. A city is destroyed. Thousands upon thousands of people are killed by a massive spore zit dragon. And then it's like, okay, this is the time. We have to stop Elganon and Gelanane. We have to stop the bad guys. Well, let's sit around and have tea. Let's talk about our feelings. We can come together, grow closer. That will make us better fighters against Gelanane and Elganon, I think were their names. I don't remember. Oh, well, don't know. Like, we should go. There's people die. Well, whatever. And it's also, I think the way Skillip said it, I think he said the writing, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what he said was the writing feels like HR is always in the room. And I thought that was pristine and perfect. And then JV actually put it really, really well, where he said a lot of the dialogue in Dragon Age: The Veilguard feels like it's written by somebody who has been to a lot of therapy, because it uses a lot of therapy language. And the phrasing and the discourse is very, very stilted in that way, where it feels like you're in a therapy session when people are just chatting, you know. It's really, really bizarre. And it's true, because there are moments where like the dragon's killing people. Save them. Save them. Well, as long as we have each other, that's all we really need. Oh, you left that man to die. How could you? That's so evil. I cannot believe you did that. Well, sometimes a bad man does bad things. If only we could understand why, we could grow together even closer. It's like, shut up. Like, what are you doing? It's just so stupid. People don't talk that way. People don't behave that way. And I think that was the most jarring thing, is it was like, this is not how human beings interact. This is not, like, this is how somebody who doesn't have social skills thinks that people interact. It just didn't make sense. It was just bad. It was just bad. Thank you, Michael, for the membership. It's just bad. But I think that all of it's to say, the positive reviews, yeah, they looked good initially, and I got excited initially when I saw the Metacritic score. But once I saw Maddie and Skillup's reviews, where they broke it down and showed actual clips of the dialogue, it started to get kind of like, ooh, it's juvenile film student writing. Yeah. Well, it was just, again, it was very focused on like this premise that they wanted the game to be all about this group of companions and friends, despite like almost none of the companions being likable at all. And there were some companions, some people in the party who are such petulant children, like Tosh, just petulant child, that it's just laughably stupid that they thought that people are going to be like, yeah, they're awesome. I love that person. I want to hang out with that person. Like, I would actively avoid all of the characters in this game if I ran into them in real life, because they were just obnoxious and annoying. It's the same thing with Saints Row, where you're like, how did they think that these characters would be likable and relatable? And then you pause and you go, oh, it's because it's them. They find these characters relatable and likable because they basically are these characters. How could somebody think that the weird shirtless guy with a waffle tattoo on his shirt that constantly is complaining about student loans, how could you not find him relatable? Oh, it's because the people that wrote this probably have a waffle tattoo and probably complain about student loans constantly. Like, it starts to click when you think about it, you know? Yeah, hot sauce guy. Probably, I'm guessing the writers liked hot sauce. So, but moving on from that, I could ramble about that all day. Speaking during a new interview discussing her many iconic video game roles to date, as well as her role in Microsoft's upcoming Perfect Dark reboot, Wilton Reagan said she had loved her time as BioWare's Inquisitor, though did not believe the character would now return. I also agree. I don't really see a situation where Dragon Age sees the light of day again, at least not for like a decade, 2 decades. Like, it's going to be a very, very long time. I feel absolutely devastated for BioWare as a studio that they got such mixed reactions to the game, Wilton said of the response. I personally thought it was a really strong game. I thought it was just BioWare being more BioWare. I mean, modern BioWare, if you say BioWare of the last 10 years, yeah, that was the problem though. That's exactly the problem. I also think a lot of people wanted to see it fail, or wanted to see BioWare fail, either because they're just really bad people on the internet, of which there are unfortunately many, as we have discovered. I think like this is also, whenever you start to whittle your critics down to just being bad people, I think we've missed the point. You know, I think we've missed the point. There were very, very legitimate criticisms, and I would argue that EA agreed with the criticisms, which is why they got rid of the writers who worked on the game. Like, they clearly were like, yep, and they got rid of them. Thank you, Mad Cow. I just think like with this, you can hand wave the criticism away, in which case you never process it and you'll never improve. Or you can try to like acknowledge what actually was there. Were there people that were engaging in bad faith with the game? Oh, I'm sure there were plenty of people that were, being quite toxic, like with Tosh as a character, like with, some of the quest lines relating to party members. But that ultimately, as far as I can tell, is not why the game failed. Like, the average gamer just wants a solid game. They want an RPG with good writing. They want characters and companions that are likable and engaging, that they can root for. They want gameplay that doesn't get really repetitive. They want those things. And if you don't provide it, they're just not going to engage with it. Are there culture warriors that are going to throw fits over, as they say here, Veilguard was review bombed online. Criticism of the game being woke centered around its inclusion of a non-binary companion character and the ability for the player to choose to be transgender on Steam. Dragon Age: The Veilguard now sits with a mixed player response with user-defined tags for the game describing it under LGBTQ+ and politics labels. I didn't know that they put politics, the politics label on it. I didn't know. That's interesting. People were attacking the game before it released. Reagan continued, "It's ridiculous. How can you judge a game, a book, a film, a TV show before it's actually released? You can't. It's an idiotic stance to take." Sure. I mean, you can judge based on what you've seen. And if what you've seen is a poopy, you can judge it. Like if I see Mind's Eye and I see the previews for Mind's Eye are really bad because it's broken and they have to turn on God mode to play. Yeah, that's stupid. That's bad. And I'm probably not going to pre-order the game. Like I have effectively judged the game before it came out based on what I have seen. You shouldn't judge something you haven't seen. Like I think it would be unfair right now, for example, like one of the games I'm excited for seeing something with soon, hopefully, is like State of Decay 3. I love the OG State of Decay. I played the crap out of those games. And this has been announced long time ago, but we haven't seen like an uncut gameplay clip. We don't know much about it. So it'd be unfair for me to look at this and be like, yeah, the gameplay of State of Decay 3 looks terrible. It's like, we haven't seen anything. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Like that I agree, that would be unfair. But when you've seen like a narrative trailer, when you've seen gameplay trailers, when you've seen stuff like that, it's okay to, or reviews in this case, I think is what's being alleged, is that like people were judging the game and choosing not to buy it because SkillUp and Maddie had bad reviews. Like that's the point of reviews. That's how this works. Like what are you talking about? Like, yeah, we're not allowed to judge the game before it releases, but they expect us to blindly pre-order it. Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense, which is why I think, like, don't judge the game until you've played it. Okay, but it's not going to happen every time. People don't have endless time. They're going to judge the game and make a purchasing decision based on the information available to them, like reviews, like previews, like a demo, if there's a demo, like, you know, any other thing, word of mouth from their friends. If their friends hate it, they're probably not going to buy it, right? And so at some point, you know, you can whittle it down, like, and this is why, again, I think it's just not helpful. It failed either because they're just really bad people on the internet, of which there's many. Like, I just don't see this as helpful for anything. And I think this attitude, this like very focused on, hey, if somebody hates you or hates the product, it's because they're a hater. Keep doing you. Maybe pause and wonder, okay, well, maybe it is the product. What do we need to do to make the product something they would like? And it's the more broadly, it's the problem with recent games in the last like 5 years. And they pretty much all have flopped catastrophically. Like the Saints Row reboot, A Forspoken, the Dragon Age Veilguard, where there's been feedback, there's been things like this, but it seems like there's been no acknowledgement of the critiques and criticism. And people who bring it up are just hand waved away as haters. And then they're shocked when the broader public doesn't react well. It's why the reporting around Forspoken was so fascinating, because yeah, I know this guy. Like these, where streamers, myself included, conveniently, there were viral videos, this 2.9 million views. Viral videos of streamers just reacting to the opening 10 minutes of the game because it was so cringy. It was so bad. No, I have a bright future. Or this randomly where she pulls out dust.
Comes out the music.
I can't hear you over the orchestra. Talk louder, Frey.
All right, quick gig. I just tell him for now. Here's some collateral.
Parkinson!
Are you serious?
Yeah, right. Crazy.
Joe!
Crap, I got 101.
Are you serious?
Parkinson.
Yeah, right.
It was so bad. It was so bad. But everybody who saw it laughed at it, and this went viral without any sort of tricky editing. It's just showing the game. It's just showing the game, and that went viral because of how bad it was. But apparently the reporting said that the people who worked on the game and were the writers and developers for it were genuinely shocked at the negative reactions to these scenes. They were so isolated, they were so in their own bubble that they had genuinely no idea that this would be received poorly, which is kind of hilarious, but that's just the reality of it. And it's a similar thing that I think happened with Dragon Age, where voices that were saying, hey, maybe our game should not focus on just friendship. Somebody had to have brought that up at some point. Maybe we should have like companions that are more relatable to our actual fans as opposed to just us, the writers. Like that was never acknowledged or entertained because it was never acted on, And it's why I think you get such jarringly different games between like the writing in a Dragon Age versus the writing in a game like KCD 2 or Expedition 33, where you get phenomenal writing next to absolute garbage. It's always so fascinating to me how you can have just such polarizingly different quality levels despite the budgets being similar or even bigger on the crappy projects. And at that point it's like a problem with not just the direction, but also you have to wonder if it's a problem with the broader like culture within the companies, if these problems keep rearing their ugly heads. Good writing helps you relate to people who are very different than you. It should, yeah, but I think instead, like it's people throw out the term preachy when it's not, like themes are not explored well. It's why some people feel like The Last of Us Part 2 can be really preachy, where like it doesn't take a genius to figure out what the message of that game is. Like, revenge is bad. Okay. Revenge is bad. Won't make you happy. Okay. Like, okay, really nuanced. That's great. Okay. And then they just keep hitting you over the head with that like a golf club for 20 hours until the game's over. Whereas I think one of the interesting things about like the first Last of Us game was that they would just set up an interesting situation and then ask kind of questions, but they wouldn't answer them for you. And they just leave it out there. And they just let it flow and they let you think about it and process. They didn't answer every question, and that was the point. They don't answer the question at the end of the game. They finish the entire game, this narrative game that's super, super intense and very, very carefully written, and they finish it with Ellie just saying, okay. And that did so much more than if they had written it out very, very carefully. But I just think that, the people they've tasked with writing some of these projects just have literally no idea what they're doing. And they're trying to write stories that are important, not stories that are entertaining or captivating. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things is very few writers are capable of writing something important when they want to. Some of the most quote unquote important stories in mankind's history started as folk tales, started as smaller things that kind of evolved into broader stories, or were twisted, morphed versions of previous stories. But it's not like they sat down like, I'm going to write something that's going to last for millennia. Like, I don't think that was the intention. And I think very few people in human history have been able to do that. And when these guys try to write like game stories, like I'm going to write something that will make people cry and tear up, and I'm going to write something really intense, like having her just scream out, I have a bright future. You couldn't have thought of a better way to communicate that to the player? Like, I have a bright future. Notice me. Judge, please don't send me to jail. Like, it's just stupid. Anyway, I could keep rambling, but it's dumb. It's dumb. It's very dumb. Very stupid. Oh, I think the stories people believe in when they write themselves, when they are writing them, always succeed. I think what I like blanked on where I was going. my brain is fried. Oh yeah. Oh, I really, Liquid, I remember what I was going to say. Yeah, it's also the other weird thing with some of these broader like directions with games is that they try to make these big budget games relatable. And I don't understand why, because like I play video games to escape reality, not to just be reminded of it. Like when I play a Space Marine game, or when I play Cyberpunk or Black Flag, I'm playing as a pirate. I'm playing as a crazy futuristic mercenary dude. I'm playing as an actual Space Marine. I'm playing to be something I'm not. And that's where I have fun. It's escapist entertainment, and it's a good thing. It's fun. I don't want to be reminded constantly about student loans. Exactly, Michael. I don't want to be reminded of how big my tax bill was this year. You know? Like, who wants to play a video game where like, oh, let me load into level 3. This is the level where I have to go help my grandfather who has severe dementia. I have to help him use the bathroom because he can't go by himself. Nobody wants to do that. Why would you? Like, I don't want to be reminded of reality. It should be an escape from it. You could use a little tidbit of reality to motivate players or to discuss a broader topic or something. That's fine. That's fine. But you have to still, at the end of the day, have it be interesting or thought-provoking to keep it engaging. You know, keep it engaging. That sounds like a WarioWare micro game. We'll keep an eye out for the next WarioWare game. See if they got that. See if they added the help grandpa go potty mini game. Yeah. Yeah, I want to play a video game as a mercenary with body dysmorphia and crippling credit card debt. Yeah, I want to play as a mercenary with all that, who also is struggling with their eyesight after a bad LASIK procedure, and whose pet rabbit just got explosive diarrhea, and whose water heater just went out, so they have to get it replaced, but they had to put it on their credit card, which sent all of their extra, things into overdrive. That's what I want to play. It's just dumb. And it loses the fun factor. Like, video games should be fun. They should be fun. Like, and I think some games, they kind of more broadly lose that. I don't know. It just kind of, it kind of lost that with like The Last of Us Part 2. Because The Last of Us Part 2 is amazing in a lot of ways, but I don't think I would call it fun. And I think that's why a lot of people hate it. Because it lost that. It lost that. Not all video games have to be fun. Don't get me wrong. They don't all have to be fun. They can be engaging or captivating or enthralling or whatever else. But there should be at least, a gameplay loop. There should be something engaging, something there. I'm still collecting my thoughts on The Last of Us show. I don't like a lot of the changes they made. Yeah, just a lot of the changes they made, I just don't understand why they felt the need to go and do some of it. Yeah, I'm still collecting my thoughts. I also, more generally, I think it's a huge, huge mistake, in my humble opinion, to split part 2 into 2 seasons and to have Abby's story be season 3. Because in The Last of Us Part 2, at least it's all part of the same package. It's part of the same game, so people can play the game. And they might be initially turned off to Abby, but they're going to keep playing because it's part of the same game and it continues through in the same sitting. But now there's going to be like a year break or a year and a half break or whatever. And then you're going to get back into it, and there's going to be an entire season focused on Abby. And I think a lot of people are going to fall off. I really do. I think a lot of more casual audience members who have not played the games even are just gonna be like, yeah, I liked Bella Ramsey. No, I liked Pedro Pascal. You know, I don't really like Abby as a character. I'm good. And they're not going to watch it. I think taking it into season 3 for just Abby's story, and then they're talking about stretching it to season 4, probably for the bits with Ellie and Dina back at the farmhouse, and then the final revenge plot going to the slavers and everything. I think that their goal is to stretch that to a season 4. And I just think it's a mistake pacing wise. And it's kind of ironic and poetic in a way, where I think The Last of Us Part 2 is mainly held back because of pacing issues and because of how they structured the game. And I think that's what's also going to undo the show. I think it's going to really hold it back. I also don't like Ellie's portrayal. I think Ellie's portrayal is very different with Bella's take on it, but I think it's, and I've tried to maintain maybe an open mind with it, because of course I really love Ashley Johnson's performance in the games. So, you know, the TV show is a little jarring because her version of Ellie is much more carefree. But I think, I forget who said it. Somebody on X, I think it was, said that Ellie in the games is like a homicidal maniac after Joel gets killed. She's going to kill everybody and nothing's going to stop her. But Ellie in the show is like a teenager hopped up on G Fuel and Rockstar energy drinks, who snorts a line of G Fuel before going and beating people up. Like, it's just not the same. Like, Ellie is not as intimidating or as scary in the show as she is in the game. You know? Bella Ramsey can't act. You say that, but have you seen how many roles Bella has had? Did you forget? I'm gonna be a dad, bitch. Did you forget? I'll be back. I'm gonna be a dad. I'm something of a dad myself. Here's daddy. I'm sorry, this one's good. Guess I'm gonna be a dad. One does not simply become a dad. Dude, somebody spent so much time. Dad of War. Somebody spent so much time on these. It's unbelievable. And they're pretty good too. Like, they're not they're not that bad. Wait, I think I have that one.
Death to all of them.
Not that one.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Catch me outside. How about that? Oh my God. Anyway. Again, I'm saying Bella, clearly very, very talented. Very, very talented. From Game of Thrones, like amazing, amazing talent, without a doubt. It's not my fault that Bella Ramsey's face just happens to go perfectly onto so many different memes and pictures. I mean, it's not my fault. I'm just the messenger. I'm just the messenger to show you. You know? Just miscasted. Yeah, well, I mean, it's also gamers like to poke fun and tease and prod. It doesn't mean that there's there's anything inherently bad or anything. It's just people are gonna meme, and it's funny. You know, it is funny. And I would hope that Bella would laugh at this too and be like, okay, those are pretty good. Those are pretty funny. Because they're pretty funny. If you guys put my face on these, if it worked well enough, well, I don't think my face works anywhere near as well as these. But if you Photoshop my face onto a bunch of these, I'd laugh about it too. It's funny. It's okay. You know, you're allowed to laugh. But, there have been a couple. Okay, there have been a couple. Hold on, let me show you one. There's one you guys put in r/memes. Not r/memes, and just the memes channel. Did I go past it? I might have gone past it. Jesus. Maybe I went past it. I thought, oh, there's this one. See, it doesn't work as well. It doesn't work as well. This is good. Doesn't work as well. You know? I don't have that Bella Ramsey face.
Oh yeah, they score. Yeah.
Sorry, I just can't. Yay. Matt, thank you.
Matt GFM Alchemist donated £9.99 through Super Chat.
Okay, GFM Alchemist.
I think they removed all of Elle's grit. Abby seems to have more depth in small amount of scenes they had. It's a shame, but season 2 lost its connective tissue, and poor Tommy way to nerf
his story. I think maybe losing the grit is a good way of putting it, Matt. There is just something, and this is where I'm trying to maintain an open mind with it, because I don't want to be like, well, it's not just like Ashley Johnson's performance, therefore it's bad. I don't think that's fair. But I do feel like there's some bit of the connective. There's just something about the gravitas and the rage that Ellie has in the game that's just not really here. And maybe it's that the show has more moments of lighthearted levity. And even in the game, like when you have moments where you pause and you play the guitar and stuff, there's always this looming, like, she's ready to kill anybody at any moment. Like, whereas I feel like sometimes Ellie in the show, that drops, you know? I feel like there's an edge. There's a sharpness that's missing. And maybe that's just, again, the fact that I love Ashley Johnson's performance more. Or maybe it's because, you know, maybe Bella just doesn't have that edge in the same way. I'm not sure. She can't be angry, Luke. She's busy being a dad. Guess I'm gonna be a dad. Yay! Hooray! I'm sure. I am 1,000% sure Jor regrets sharing that clip with me. I'm sure of it. He's gonna be like, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Okay, these are pretty good too. From M. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's good. I like that. Okay. Congrats on being a dad. Oh man. Bender, thank you for that 5. Have you tried Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon? Yes, I haven't put a ton of time into it, or as much time as I'd like to, but I've put a little bit, and I plan on putting more. I know some people have been spending a lot of time in it. Like I think let's see. I feel like I just saw a tweet or something about it. I didn't like mentally process who put it up. I'm not sure. I don't know. I must have missed it. Oh wait, no, here it is. Yeah, oh, it was Maddie. Been playing Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon over the weekend, and this shit slaps. Feed me more scrolls likes, please. Yeah, it basically is a scroll-like game. So I've got to put more time in it because it's clunky. But that's, for some people, that's a selling point, you know? But I don't know. I've got to try it. I know I've asked before, but did you ever cover Colin Moriarty's leaks on the next Tomb Raider? It came sometime last year. I don't think we did. I could add that to our to-do list though. Tomb Raider leaks. Okay. Have it on my to-do list. It has that Eurojank energy. Yeah, it's been in pre or early access for a while, and then it only just now like went 1.0, which is kind of nice. Okay. Okay. Close that. Close that. Okay. Also, what do you guys think this is? What do you guys think this is? They posted this 8 hours ago, waiting for Porter's arrival, May 28th at 8 p.m. Japanese Standard Time. And I mean, it's a 40-second clip of just an environment outside of delivery access at, in Death Stranding. Is it like a gameplay reveal? Is it gonna be, I don't know, but they're doing something. Gameplay overview, PC ports arrival. No, I don't know. It's gotta be something. Gotta be something. I don't know. Gameplay reveal? It must be. It must be. Like, I don't know what else it could be. Like, just another trailer. Save that for the Game Awards. But they're doing something on May 28th. So it's gotta be a gameplay trailer. Maybe it's like a demo or a beta or something. Maybe a demo. I don't know. It's weird. Well, I'll be trying the Division 2 DLC tomorrow. I didn't have any plans on it. I don't know if it's going to be like a big deal or whatever. I'm not sure. Not sure. I'm open to it, but I'm not sure. Okay. Let's see. Will you be going to SGF? Yes, that's the plan. That is the plan. But yeah, I don't have exact details on a lot of stuff. I think a lot of that's going to line up in the next week or two. But yeah, our plan is basically we're going to, during that 5-day period or whatever it is, we're going to be pumping out a lot of stuff. So make sure you are subbed to this channel, to the main big channel, and to Luke Stevens clips, because we're going to be putting stuff up on all of them, and there's going to be a lot. So you just got to be ready. Got to be ready. It's going to be a lot. Are we live streaming every day one of those days? Well, here's the tricky thing, just so you kind of you can kind of get a feeling for it. The way Summer Games Fest works is that Summer Games Fest is the actual showcase at the YouTube theater that's like an hour and a half long or whatever, and that's on like day 0. After that happens, nothing happens for the rest of the night, so potentially we can go back to hotel rooms, make reaction videos, do whatever else. There is the next day they open it up for what's called Play Days, and Play Days is kind of like a mini E3 but just for press and media. So we are allowed to go and try early versions of games, early builds of games, or demo stuff. Like last year could see behind closed door demos of Veilguard, of Monster Hunter Wilds, of Elden Ring, the Shadow of the Air Tree. We got to see a bunch of stuff like that. And basically we have all of that scheduled, and they have like 30-minute slots scheduled at each of those. And they're like, okay, you've got 30 minutes here, you got 30 minutes there. And we try to fill out our schedules so we can do as much stuff as quickly as possible, see as many games as possible, taking notes and recording whatever else we can. And then when we have a break, we either go to one of the editing dens that they have, or we go back to the hotel, and then me, Jacob, and Trevor are just going to make videos as quick as we can, over the next hour or two. So the odds of live streams a little bit lower during that period, but there will be lots of clips and videos and content, because like we can't stream while we're seeing a behind the closed door demo of X, Y, and Z. Like if we're seeing a early demo of Battlefront 3 or whatever, like if we're seeing that, obviously we can't stream that. But if we're allowed to make a video on it, I'll film the video, we'll put that up. So there will be clips, there will be content, but it probably is not going to be streams. I still plan on having maybe a couple streams, but they'll probably be later in the day and stuff like that. They could come up with a better name than Play Days. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a toddler get together, I'll be real, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Is SGF usually the most stressful time of the year for you in terms of releases? I mean, it's a rush. It's a sprint. There's just a ton of stuff. This year, I genuinely don't know how much there's going to be. This year, it might be really easy, laid back, and I may be like, well, we probably could have got away with not going. There might not be that much stuff. But the whole thing is, you just don't know until you get there. Because there might be some big surprises. There might be something crazy we don't know about that ends up being there that could be a huge get. Like getting the chance to play Shadow of the Air Tree last year was a huge get. That was really, really beneficial that I couldn't have done unless I was actually there, you know? Hello, my babe. How are you?
My sister's here. She's putting the baby to sleep in the room next to you.
Oh, really?
As a heads up.
On the treadmill?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's a fit baby. Well, we were wrapping up anyways because it is, we've been going 4 hours. Ooh, baby. How's puppy doing? He's so cute. He's got the long ears and he's so cuddly. Hold on, I have a picture somewhere.
We don't judge.
We listen and we don't judge. No, he's very cute. He's very cute. His problem is that his ears are so long. Also, shout out Not Sober. This is Freya. She's 1 year old today.
I love that name for a puppy.
Yeah. This is the reason you joined the Discord, just for the pet appreciation channel. Yesterday turned 1. What a good girl. Oh, so sweet. Lime Cat. Of course. The doggies. Cats.
Oh,
more cats. The cats, dogs. Ooh, sweeties. Yeah, this is Romeo. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
You might think that black piece is a leash. Nope, that's his tongue.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's doing really well. He's getting acclimated. But like, see how big those paws are? It's going to be huge, dude. His paws are like that big.
Watch him not be huge at all and just be really awkwardly big pawed.
Yeah, he's had to figure out, I'll be real, when we got him, like he had never been up and down stairs before. And so him figuring out how to go up and down stairs, pretty freaking funny. It's like, how do you do that? Like, what do you mean? Like, you just could not figure it out. It was pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Yeah, eventually, once it's specifically potty trained, people were asking earlier, where's the puppy? Can he come visit? Once he's potty trained, we can do that. It's just, he's
a baby.
He's a baby. And the rule of thumb is however many months they are, that's how many hours they can hold stuff. So right now, being like a little over 2 months, he can hold it for 2 hours, but then he starts, you know, having trouble.
He's a puppy, so he likes to feel everything with, and he likes to nip at things, and he's chewing on stuff. So
yeah, he does very well, but he is a puppy still, so he'll get there eventually. But is that a poodle? How dare you, Kano Man's guy? Yeah, it's a poodle mix. Yeah. Picks at 1 year will be amazing. He's beautiful. Yeah, dude, they were telling me he's gonna get big. Like, he's gonna get big. We're gonna take him to the vet in like, I think in like 2 weeks is when we go. But we're gonna take him to the vet and we're gonna see what they recommend, because there's different breeds that they recommend handling, like fixing differently. We will eventually want to get him fixed, or I think for boy dogs it's called neutering, whatever. But you have to deal with it at some point, but you want to do it when it's not going to affect their hormones or like bone density and joints and stuff. So we have to meet with the vet. Some say 6 months, some say a year and a half, some say 3 years. I don't know because I'm not a vet, but we're gonna talk to them and figure out what they recommend, because his breed, they can be prone to hip dysplasia if you get it done too early, and I do not want to have that happen. So we're gonna see what they recommend. But the later you do that, the later you get them neutered, the bigger they get. And so he could realistically get to the point where he's like 100 pounds, you know? Yeah. Bitter apple spray helps if he's a chewer. He's done really well. He's not really a chewer. He will do like with the leash. I mean, he'll nibble on the leash and stuff. But he's been a really good boy. And of all puppies, he sleeps through the night. My buddy, he got a puppy at 8 weeks, and he said he had to be up with it every 2 hours. Like, it was just whimpering and crying and yelling and just, it's like a newborn baby. But he sleeps through the night. Totally fine. What a good boy. He's a sweetie. Anyway. Had labs of that. Yeah, my family, we had an English lab, and she had hip dysplasia and she got knee problems, because English labs are the really short, stubby brown labs. They're often brown. I've only ever seen them brown, but I think they can be any color. Yeah, like this. So they're like a little shorter, much more stout labs, and they're built like tanks. I mean, they're just little meatballs. But our family had one of these, and she was the sweetest dog named Mistletoe, just total sweetie. This looks like her. This is like exactly what she looked like. But she had her hips go, and then her knees went, and so by the end of her life, she could like barely walk, and it was pretty sad. You know, it was pretty sad because all she wanted to do was play fetch with tennis balls. She loved it, and by the end of her life, like, she couldn't barely walk. It was pretty sad. So yeah, you just got to be careful with certain breeds. Certain breeds, like, they just are prone to it, so you got to be really, really careful. Oh, this is funny. They actually have, this is a poster for one that's available for adoption named Meatball. Jesus. It's a good name. They're built like meatballs. They're chunky. Okay. Let's do this. Can I send a link for member? Yeah, it's just if you do !join in chat, it should pop up a link like that. Voila. And then you can click on that and you should be able to join. And then you just connect your accounts to the Discord. Boom. You're in the Discord. Get a little auto invite. Yeah, Fade. Hopefully see you over there. But okay, I will go check on this. Gotta go take the puppy out and play with him a little bit. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Fantastic rest of your Memorial Day if you're in the States and celebrating. Stay safe as always. If you're gonna partake in the liquid celebrations tonight, just make sure, take an Uber. No drinking and driving. Be smart, be safe. Not just for you, but for everybody else on the road. I know it's a party, it's a celebration, it's a holiday, but be smart. Don't be an idiot, okay? As always, much love, guys. You guys are amazing. Appreciate the gosh darn heck out of all of you. We'll be back Wednesday, rocking and rolling, okay? Much love, everybody. We'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses.